June 23rd, evening at 100 yards.
You ready, David? Yeah, last time I was here like an hour and a half early because I was coming from another appointment. It didn't make sense for me to go back to the office.
Yeah.
So I was like, screw it, I'll just work from here.
If I'm coming out of Tampa, often I'll do that too. I'll just kind of shoot up the beds to ridge and just kind of cut across that way.
Who? Oh, right.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. So we could start by standing and a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have the roll call, please.
Mr. Timmy Girardi?
Here.
Mr. Derek Motlett?
Here.
Mr. Peter Hansel?
Here.
Mr. John Moody?
Here.
Mr. Christopher Poole?
Here.
Mr. Richard Snella?
Here.
Chairman Charles Gray?
Here.
Thank you.
And proof of publication, please.
The items were advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on January 22nd, 2023, May 24th, 2023, and May 31st, 2023, or by affidavit of postings at the site.
All right, thank you very much. And I think we have minutes to approve.
Motion to approve the minutes from the March 16th, April 20th, May 4th, and May 18th meetings.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the minutes? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. All right, motion carries. So I'd like to welcome everyone today to the June 8th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting. We're the Planning Commission. We're appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, and we meet twice monthly. We serve as a local planning agency, and we hold public hearings and transmit to the Board of County Commissioners our recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, land development code amendments, rezonings, and conditional use requests. Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standard requests. However, final decisions may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. If anyone is in opposition to any development code amendment, rezoning, conditional use, or any item where the Planning Commission transmits a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, it will be important for you to attend the Board of County Commissioner meeting. For those of you who are not familiar with the way we handle the meetings, there are three sections really: continuances, consent, and regular items. We'll go through continuances. If there's been a request from an applicant or the staff for continuance, it's been our custom to approve those requests unless there are extenuating circumstances. Then we'll go to consent. Those are items where we've not received any letters or personal notices of objection, and those we'll go through one at a time. After you hear it called and you want it to be discussed today, please raise your hand. We'll have it pulled from consent for further discussion. And then we have the regular items. Those are items that are either pulled from consent or already on the regular items, things that need to be discussed today to get approval from our board. Applicants will have 3 minutes to make their presentation, and objectors or questioners will have 3 minutes to state their concerns. Following the presentation, the applicant will have an opportunity to get up and respond to those questions or concerns. And there's been a request for at least 24 hours ahead of this meeting in writing for extra time. Such time may be granted. I think there are a couple of instances when we've had requests.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. There's 30 minutes granted plus rebuttal to Ms. Will Height's team for P15, 18 minutes granted to Ms. Jane Graham for item P15, 5 minutes granted to Mr. Andrew Pines for P15, and 10 minutes granted to Ms. Will Height and her team for P16.
Okay. So while we're before we get started, I'd like to ask everybody to take your phones out and put them on silent position so we don't have any interruptions while someone is speaking. I'll do that myself. All right. Also, one other point I'd like to add that we haven't added before, but for clarification, we request that you address the Planning Commission. Comments are not directed to persons or personally against a Planning Commission member or a team member, but rather directed to at the issues. This provides mutual respect between Planning Commission members and the public. We'd like you to observe that, please, throughout this meeting. Also, before we start the meeting, I'd like to open the meeting for public comment. If there's anybody here for public comment on anything that is not part of our regular agenda. Is there anyone here to speak on something that's not on today's agenda? Okay, I don't see anyone.
Mr. Chair, is it okay if I call? There's a person who signed up on WebEx that I don't have on my list, so perhaps that person is signed up for public comment. May I check?
Yeah, please do.
Mr. Bryce Swanson, what item are you here on?
I'm here actually on with the Mass Capital Group.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So at this time, I'd like for anyone who plans to give testimony or to come up and speak today, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn. thank you. Okay, we're ready.
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. The first item is PC 5, which is PDD 230005. That item is being requested that it be continued to a date uncertain. We do have a new engineering services director who will be starting with Pasco County on June 12th, and we would like to have meetings with that person before we move forward with this item.
Very good. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that question for continuance? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Following item is PC 6, PDD 237591. This is 52 Groves MPUD. The request is to continue the item to the July 6, 2023 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Okay. Do you have a motion to continue?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second. And just for my information, is there anyone here to object? See anyone?
And for the record, no one has signed up on WebEx for that item.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Most opposed, like sign.
And now we're going to move out of order for a second.
Okay.
Item PC 14, PDD 230124 for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. I'm going to read the title because it wasn't advertised as a continuance. CPAS 2228, New River Hope, providing for a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map 2-15 and sheet 22, changing from Res 3 residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre to Res 9 residential 9 dwelling units per gross acre on approximately 28.10 acres of property located at the intersection of Ashton Oaks Boulevard and State Road 54. The applicant has requested a continuance to a date uncertain.
Okay. Is anyone here to object? Is the applicant present? Okay.
And I have no one signed up to speak on the matter on WebEx.
Okay. All in favor?
Motion to continue to a date uncertain.
Okay.
Second?
Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
All right, following item is PC 7. It's PDD 237695. This is a special exception under the name of Gun Highway LLC and Ives House of St. Petersburg / Reconnections Education Center for a private school in a C2 general commercial district. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
All right. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object?
And I have no one signed up to speak on WebEx on the matter.
Okay. Next.
Following is PC 8, PDD 237647. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Sunwest Park MPUD Master Plan Unit Development. Pasco County, a petition for a rezoning from an AC Agricultural District to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for the development of a 200-room hotel and 210,000 square feet of non-residential uses located west of US 19 at the southwest corner of Old Dixie Highway and Racetrack Road, approximately 158 acres. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
All right. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object?
And I have no one signed up to speak on WebEx.
Okay. Next.
PC 9 is PDD 237680. It's a zoning amendment in the names of Carlo Alberto Ramirez Padua and Laura Garcia Santiago for a change in zoning from C2 General Commercial District to AR Agricultural Residential District. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
All right. The applicant present? Anyone here to object? See no objections?
And I have no one signed up to speak on WebEx.
Okay.
Following item is PC 10, PDD 237684. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Sarah Gurley Trust, Max L. and Sarah C. Gurley, co-trustees, for a change in zoning from an AR Agricultural Residential District to a C2 General Commercial District. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
All right. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object?
And I have no one signed up to speak on WebEx.
Okay.
Following item is PC 11, PDD 237693. It's a rezoning, Clyde A. Bistone, Buckman Highways, for a change in zoning from AR Agricultural Residential District to a C2 General Commercial District. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
The applicant present? Anyone here to object?
Mr. Chair, I have a conflict on that project, so I'd ask you to keep it on the consent but vote on it separately so that I can abstain from voting on that.
Very good. We'll make a note of that. That is PC 11. Right.
11.
Okay. All right.
The following item, PC 12, will be removed from consent. We do have some folks here to speak on the item.
PC 12, you mean?
PC 12, correct.
Okay. So is
We're gonna
and
move-
the applicant's present? Is the applicant present? PC 12?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Hobby
I
should be
didn't see you
behind.
back there, Mr. Hobby.
Sleeping. He wasn't waving hard enough.
Yeah, I know. You get a flag or something, you know?
We're going to move on to PC 13, PDD 237714, zoning amendment, Jeffrey S. and Lydia Curtis, change in zoning from AR Agricultural Residential District to a R1MH Single Family Mobile Home District. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval. And that is the end of your consent agenda.
Okay, and the applicant present on that one?
It's pulled from consent, so it's going to come back after.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, no problem.
Oh, okay, 'cause you're-
It's pulled from consent.
Yeah. Bailiff, you're gonna have to remove them. Okay, so, is the applicant present on 13? Anyone here to object? Okay, so it remains on consent.
And I have no one on WebEx on that matter.
All right, can we have a motion for approval of the consent agenda as amended?
Motion to approve consent as amended,
So for the record, that's excluding currently
excluding
right now
PC 12.
and 11.
And 11.
Right.
11. Okay.
So
11.
then let's have a, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
like sign.
I'll second.
Oh, yeah.
And the, separately on 11, we're excluding Mr. Moody.
Correct.
So we have a motion to approve the consent.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Thank you.
You might abstain for the record.
Carries.
Thank you.
All right.
There we go.
Okay.
I gave her the form.
Okay.
Mr. Devine,
How are you?
good.
Liam Devine, Planning Development. This is for PC 12. We'll wait for our PowerPoint to come up. This should be for PDD 23-7706. In the name of Pittman Andrew V. Heritage TR Pittman Massey Happy Hill, it is a zoning amendment from AR Agricultural Residential District and C2 C2 General Commercial District to a C2 General Commercial District. The subject site is located on the northwest corner of Happy Hill Road and County Road 52. Here is the aerial view of the subject site. Here is the future land use. The future land use to the north is Res 1, to the east is Res 1 and Res 6, to the south is Res 1 PD Flu in the town of St. Leo, and to the west is Res 1. I would like to note that our map does show it as ROR and Res 1 today. 2 days ago at the BCC meeting on June 6th, it was approved for common commercial. The surrounding zoning to the north is R1, to the east is AR, C2, and R2. To the south is AC, C2, MPUD, and town of St. Leo, and to the west is an MPUD. The subject site is undeveloped on approximately 22.36 acres. The applicant proposes to develop the property in conformance with the C2 General Commercial District standards for development. The surrounding area is characterized by residential development consisting of single-family dwellings and agricultural pursuits. The applicant has volunteered to record a deed restriction as provided in your agenda packets. And reiterating again, on June 6th, last Tuesday, the BCC approved a comp plan amendment changing the flu from Res 1 and ROR to Com Commercial. I am going to touch base a little bit, and I'm going to go back to our previous flu map just to give some context history here. If we can go back to the flu map. A portion of the subject site has original zoning of C2, General Commercial District. When the comp plan was originally adopted, the subject site was designated as Res 1, which created a conflict with the C2 zoning. On September 11, 2006, the County Attorney's Office presented the Board of County Commissioners with an agenda memo describing the nature of the conflict. Within this memo, there was a finding that 660 feet by 660 feet portion of the southeast corner of the site was found to be a commercial node. The BCC directed staff to proceed with a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to change the flu from Res 1 to ROR for a portion of that C2 site. And subsequently, on December 5th, 2006, the BCC approved that small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. So that's how we got back to, if we can pull that visual back up, how that original future land use looked a little wonky, where there was ROR and Res 1 right there. So that's just a little history and context of that. And then this is coming with a recommendation for approval from Planning and Development Department. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions for Liam? Okay, if not, Mr. Hobby? Mr. Hobby.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby & Hobby, PA, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I've been sworn. You all are aware we had an extensive discussion of the comp plan on this matter last month. And on the comp plan side, essentially 19 of the 20 acres already had vested commercial or ROR to allow for commercial uses. The board now has approved a plan amendment, as you just heard, so the site has COM future land use. So at this point, all we're doing is filling in the little northern swath of the site that still has the old AR zoning. And honestly, right now, that portion is not now consistent with the comprehensive plan. So it really needs to be zoned C2 like the rest of the site. And so that's all we're doing here today. The board has already found numerous times that this property should be commercial. It pulled it out of Northeast Pasco for it to be commercial several years ago, and it's made numerous findings that this should be a commercial site. And as you've heard, the overwhelming majority of the site has been zoned C2 since 1975. So I'm happy to answer any. Oh, one other thing, Liam alluded to this. Just for the benefit of our neighbors, I did a deed restriction willingly and worked on this with staff to ensure that the amount of commercial square footage will, and effectively the trips, will not go up at all from what the old existing C2 is. So we're not adding any new trips, and anybody who's complaining about we're introducing more C2, we cap the amount of available C2 at what has existed since 1975. So we're not adding really any new trips here at all. All we're doing is allowing for the whole site to have enough depth to hopefully have a quality shopping center there instead of unanchored out parcels. That's the only reason we're here today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hobby? If not, is there anybody else to speak for your team, Mr. Hobby? Yep. You're the guy, huh?
On this item, we have Ms. Peggy Byrne and Ms. Carol Janke here to speak.
Okay. All right, if we could have your, Peggy, if we could have your name and address.
Okay, my name is Carol Janke, and I live at 12540 Abbey Drive. And my comment is, I don't understand why the county is eager to create this little pocket of commercial district when the whole area is residential and the 598 new approved or coming online homes. That includes the Belly Walding LLC, 117 homes to the north on Happy Hill will be using this intersection. A suggestion of mine would be that the county buy the land for future fire rescue station and create an easement to Belly Walding LLC to exit onto County Road 52, thereby eliminating 117 vehicles coming onto Happy Hill Road. My understanding is Pittman Massey must commit to only 3.62 acres of building on the property, therefore preserving some of the wetlands. I may be confused here. On page 4, item 13, the memorandum states request timing and phasing exempt because it would result in gross trip increase of less than 50 trips AM or PM. You have or are about to approve 598 additional traffic vehicles to already a very busy Happy Hill Road. Additional lanes will be needed and both properties should pay to have the lane built or put a frontage road on both properties to exit County 52. The Summit View, 406 homes approved in 2005, currently being built without any new transportation study. This needs to be updated. I also want to comment that Roth Lane is a problem with only one lane and is being used extensively.
Okay, any questions? If not, then thank you very much. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Peggy Byrne, 12363 East Point Drive. At the previous May 4th meeting, I stood here before you and I voiced opposition to this zoning change. I still oppose it, just as this lady has said, for multiple reasons. Primarily because the C2 was not published on this property. It was listed as R1 and ROR, and that was all that was available to people before they built their homes in East Point Drive. So the county has truly let these people down. They think that they're putting all of their money and their assets into building a home only to have someone come up here and say, well, we're going to put a little shopping center there. It's not necessary, as this lady said, it's not warranted, and people are very disturbed by it. Further, at that meeting, I feel like I have to address you, Mr. Gray. I felt you were rude to me. You told me to be quiet. You allowed Mr. Hobby 3 times the amount to speak after me than you allowed me. Also, I raised my hand multiple times, as members of this board can attest. I was not called on. If I had been called on, I would have pointed out to you the following.
Excuse me, let me just hold you up right there. This is not a classroom where we raise hands and keep getting up and getting down and getting up and getting down. I gave you your opportunity to speak. I gave Mr. Hobby his opportunity to speak. If you need extra time, you need to ask 24 hours in advance in writing, and we need to follow the rules for everyone. You don't get special treatment. You get the same treatment that everybody gets. I'm happy to listen to you today, so please continue.
I wish that were the case, sir, but I don't believe so, and some of the people that were watching didn't agree.
Please stay
so that's why I'll tell you that.
I asked you right at the beginning of the meeting that we're not addressing.
I am addressing
members
that. I think that we need to have this point that I am addressing.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do,
okay.
sir. I'm trying to get to that point.
Well, let's do it.
Okay, then. The reason that I had my hand raised was to stop this board from making the folly of approving this meeting, this change back in May, because I knew the address was incorrect. I knew that the state had changed that address from State Route 52 on May 29th to County Route 52, and I knew that legally that wouldn't be correct. I did try to notify you, so I just want you to know, when people raise their hand here, I think a little leeway, sometimes it would benefit everybody. It's a shame that we're wasting taxpayer dollars to repeat something that we could have already done. That's why I wanted to get that out, sir. Okay? That's the first thing.
It's still not a classroom, so please continue.
How would you like me to address that to you then, sir?
Just continue with what your presentation
okay.
is.
There's a great deal of concern in the way the board pushed this through and changed it under housekeeping rules that it was C2, yet I heard the gentleman speak earlier today that it was just finally all approved C2. It wasn't really C2 back a month ago, as I tried to say to you, but that's when you told me to be quiet. That's what my point was to you then, is that it was not. It was still ROR. So I would really ask that this board pay better attention when people come up here. You're not here just to serve the developers. You're here to serve the taxpayers as well. Thank you.
Can I ask her a question?
Yes, please, Dan.
Ma'am, do you know what ROR stands for?
Yes, I do.
Can you say what it stands for?
Yes, I know that it was a residential office space as well, and retail, yes.
So you're aware that ROR allows retail uses?
Yes, I was aware of that. I spoke to, I think, your secretary or your aide, Linda. She actually asked me a question like that, and I did answer it.
Okay, because you keep saying that it was zoned, that it was ROR before the change. ROR does allow retail uses, which so does COM and C2. So I'm not sure if I understand the point you're trying to make.
I think that further commercial development where there's large trucks, particularly coming in at a grocery store, was not what anybody anticipated.
I guess
So that's what I'm trying to say.
ROR allows those things anyway.
Not at the level that it would be at a grocery store, no.
I'm not sure you're right about that.
Well, I think your own office, the planning board office, Hyatt, was the first one to say there is a difference between a cute little bakery and a Publix grocery store. And I think we can all
So I
agree
guess
on
I'll
that.
ask that, what is the maximum FAR for ROR?
I'm sorry?
I'm asking our staff a question. Does anybody know what the maximum FAR is for ROR? Or
I think
the
it's
applicant
0.6.
knows? It's 0.6? Yep. And does anybody know what it is for COM? So the floor area ratio is the same for ROR and COM. So they allow the same amount of intensity in terms of commercial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we can agree there's a difference, though, if there's some residential and retail space versus it all being commercial. That is the concern.
Well, I think technically ROR only requires 2 uses, so it could have been all office and commercial.
It could have been, but it also could have been residential, and I think that's what people were saying, that it was tied to a residential community. It's very clear to us.
I guarantee you there's no requirement that ROR has to have a residential in it.
No, but it is possible to be in there where that isn't the issue if it's all commercial, correct?
Technically, it's even possible to have as a conditional use, but there's certain circumstances where residential is allowed as a conditional use in C2.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is how property is being rezoned all the time for development, so I certainly would agree with that point, yes.
I guess the point I'm trying to make to you is I'm not sure there's a material difference between the ROR that was allowed previously and the COM that's allowed now.
I would have to only disagree with you only by the conversations that I've had with the planning board when I spoke to them.
Okay.
Okay.
She gave me different
You can disagree, I'm
information.
just saying, I'm not understanding your point, but.
But I did
Go
call
ahead.
your office to make you aware of that incorrect address the morning after that. I think you're
I'll
aware
let Mr.
because...
Hobby address the allegation about the incorrect address. So-
Well, I noticed it was changed in this one. It now says County Route 52. It was incorrectly posted before as State Route 52, correct?
Identified by the parcel identification, we all know where the property is.
There's a legal description that describes a property that's separate from the address.
Correct, but isn't that part of the way so that we let the public know where a parcel is located by giving it the physical description? The physical description was
To be
incorrect.
clear, when the board changes the zoning of a property, they're basing it on the parcel ID and legal description, not the address. Addresses sometimes can change over time.
So
And this is a perfect example of where the address changed because the state gave the county this road. It's not Mr. Hobby's fault or his client's fault that the state gave the county this road.
No, I think that's a housekeeping and your attention to detail, that you would have fixed that correctly before you submitted your paperwork.
But there's not a mystery here as to what property we're talking about.
Well, there
right? You
would be,
understand the
I'm
property
sorry,
we're
there
talking
would be
about?
if it
We
was State Route
understand the property
52.
we're talking about.
It's not State Route 52, it's County Route 52.
How is that relevant to the land use that's going to go on?
So that
on
we
this
are
property?
talking about the same parcel, sir. That's all.
Are we here talking about zoning, not land use anyways?
Yeah,
And the
correct.
zoning
Yeah.
map is up on the screen?
Yes, it is. And I just
And that's
wanted
at
to be
C2
clear on
zoning
that.
since 1975?
Yes.
That's correct,
Yeah, it's
original
just-
C2
It's
zone.
just the back portion that
I
didn't
just want
have
to
it.
make sure I understand.
So is this, should I my takeaway from this be that the planning board doesn't have accurate information when people call there to ask if something is zoned residential or something like that? If they're told residential, that may not be accurate?
Well, I suspect that you're going to take away from this meeting anything that you want to take away, no matter what we say.
No, I'd like to take away accurate information, Mr.
So,
Gray.
ma'am, you keep referring to the planning board. First of all, I'm not sure what that is. there's the planning commission, which is this
The
group.
planning commission calling them directly.
Well,
Hyatt
you can't
and
call the
Zilli.
planning commission directly. You can email individual members or call individual members, but this is the planning commission.
Well, the people that are responsible for a project, is that your planning
So you're talking about our planning
department?
staff?
Yes, your planning department, sir.
Okay, well,
Yes.
this group has no way of knowing what our planning staff said, but I suspect what they probably did tell you is that it was ROR, which is residential office retail. That's an accurate statement, is what it used to be. Now, as of Tuesday, it's not anymore. It's calm.
Correct, but last month I was told it was all C2. So clearly that wasn't
That's a true
correct.
statement also, that it was C2.
It just was changed, ratified by the Board of County
Confusing
Commissioners.
the zoning district designation with the future land use designation.
So the taxpayer that's trying to get accurate information, and that's really what I'm looking for here, is some representation for taxpayers. How do they get accurate information?
By looking on the maps that you see, the very maps that Denise has up on, this is accessible to any member of the public, these maps.
Pasco map.
It's called Pasco Mapper.
This is how everybody in the world tries to figure out, when they want to know the zoning of any property in Pasco County, this is what they look at.
I spoke with a gentleman this morning from the county tax collector's office asking, and then I went from there and went to different offices to try to find out. 4 different people told me this was agriculturally
Okay.
zoned, and it was still R and ROR. You should just know that. So the taxpayer trying to do their due diligence is not getting clear, concise information.
Ma'am, that's correct. The back portion of the parcel is agriculturally zoned, and that's what we're hearing today, is the rezoning of that back portion to be consistent with the zoning of the front portion.
That's what the point I was trying to get across to you last month, was that the information is not correct as to what it is. So now you're telling me it's C2, and it's gonna be this, and we're gonna get this pushed through.
So a portion of the property is C2 today. That is an accurate statement.
And that's what you're approving to go through.
Let me try to help you a little bit. We can argue about whether information is accurate or inaccurate. You clearly have some objection to what's being proposed. We have to make a decision. It would be more helpful to us if you tell us what your objection is, other than matters of semantics. If you find that this is not compatible with your neighborhood, or this is in some way going to detract from the value of your property, that's what you need to tell us. Telling me that somebody gave you some wrong information at the county isn't helping me make a decision.
I'm sorry that you've taken that and distilled that down to such a low level. When I stood up here, I said, I agree with that lady. Property values are affected, traffic, noise pollution, light pollution, everything is affected. That all should be taken into consideration.
And those are the arguments that I need to hear. I will take that under consideration.
Well, I thank you for that, and I do hope that this board is a little more concise, just for the average taxpayer to come up here and try to get information. It shouldn't have to be like pulling teeth. And when you give some information that's wrong, it would be nice to hear, thank you very much for pointing that out, instead of saying, well, that was nothing.
So you're thinking that they should build homes along 52, is that what you're thinking?
I think that if it was a residential mix,
Is that what you're thinking? Should they put homes along 52?
no, I think that in that corner, that was residential and ROR, yes, that's what we all expected.
So you would buy a house on 52 there?
So where I live now, I'm off at 52.
I said on 52. This property's on 52.
Obviously recessed back, yes.
How far back?
I don't know, sir, I'm not part of the zoning board. Should I go
Well,
to that
you
next?
seem to be giving us instructions on
I'm not. I'm
the
simply
fact that
telling
you
you that there
think
was a problem and you
houses
all-
should be built on this
I
property,
appreciate your time.
which fronts on 52. And I totally disagree. I don't think anybody's going to buy a house on 52.
Well, then why isn't that concisely stated?
Do you understand
for
how
people?
much this whole area has changed in the
Yes,
last
I
50
do, because
years?
there's not anybody on this board that's arrived here in the last 5 years. Believe me, I do understand.
Well, I've been here a lot longer than 5 years.
Yes, sir, and that's what I'm saying. There's no representation on this board but for people that are just arriving
Well,
here.
we'd like to, if you're a representation of somebody that's been here for 5 years, and you've already said that you knew that it was ROR.
ROR and residential.
Which includes retail.
Yes, small
Then
retail
your-
business,
Then
yes.
your argument is moot.
You don't seem to think there's
Mr.
any
Chair, can I
difference
ask
between
if
small
Please
retail.
do.
we have
Peter.
another person to listen to, and
Yeah, I'm giving you way over your time, so.
Thank you. Like I said,
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that there is a general feeling that it's
Thank you, Pete.
difficult to come here and get information from you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak?
I thought there were 3 people.
Just two. There's just two.
Is that it?
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby again. I'll just get right to the point with David's stuff. We're satisfied that the notice was sufficient. This issue about State Road, County Road 52, there are at least 3 ways to ascertain where the property is from the notices that were provided. And she's been at the other hearings and this one, so she clearly knows which property is at issue and other neighbors are here. So I'm not worried about that in the least. Again, just want to emphasize 2 quick things. All we're doing is filling in the little area there. I'm not even adding any more entitlements, and the board has now changed the future land use to COM, so we can't leave it at AR zoning. It's not even allowed anymore. Then the last thing, to your point, Mr. Gray, this area is very close to the villages of Pasadena Hills, which is going to have tens of thousands of homes and millions of square feet of retail in close proximity to the site. But immediately south of it on now County Road 52, the Iafredi MPUD was approved a couple of years ago. It alone is approved for 340,000 square feet of commercial and 900 homes. So that's the area changing, and this is not really materially changing since anything that was planned in 1975. Simple as that.
Can I ask Mr. Hobbs a question?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
one of the other allegations, Mr. Hobby, was that this site should have a mixture of residential and retail. What is the site right behind this site? What is it? Do you have a
The
zoning?
site to the north is, it's in for an MPUD to have residential, and interesting you raised that. This was the site to the north, which is 39 acres. It's owned by what's called Belly Wadding LLC. It was part of the original 62 acres that the Pittman and Massey families owned. So this mixture of uses is effectively going to remain on what was the original parent parcel. But the southerly parcel along 52 has always been contemplated as commercial.
But if you look at the site as a whole, this corner, it will have a mixture of residential and retail on it.
When you, including Iafredi and then the property to the north of us, yes.
This corner of the intersection.
Right. Right.
It will have a mixture of retail and
That's right.
residential.
That's right.
And they'll be interconnected with each other.
We're going to be required by code to do that.
Okay. So it will be a mixed-use project, the same type
Just
of
by
mixed-use
separate
project
owners.
that ROR would have allowed.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right, so any questions, any further questions from the dais? If not, I'd like to hear a motion.
Move to approve item PC 12.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion of the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Okay, next.
We're now on P15.
We're now on which one then?
P15.
So-
P15, yeah, Southbrook.
Okay. Gotcha.
Good afternoon, planning members. Amy Toll with Planning and Development. While we get the PowerPoint brought up. So the item that you're about to hear today is Saddlebrook Resort MPUD. It's PDD 23-7346. This is the companion to the PD that was previously heard and currently in the process. So the applicant's requesting a petition for MPUD Master Plan Unit Development and AR Agricultural Residential District to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development to allow for the development of 650 multifamily units, 105,000 square feet of commercial retail, a tennis and golf academy, and a 27-hole golf course on approximately 550.33 acres. Subject sites located in the South Market area and urban service area. Here's your aerial view of the location map. And your existing zoning, as well as your existing future land use, which is currently reflected as Res 6, residential 6 dwelling units per gross acre. The applicant is also proposing a companion comprehensive plan amendment to PD plan development on this portion. So the applicant is currently requesting 2 variations from the code. LDC section 901.6D11, street design and dedication requirements, design, construction, continuation of existing street patterns and street access to adjoining property, as well as LDC section 805.6, restrictions on post-development wetlands and upland buffers within residential lots and non-residential parcels. So the staff analysis on both of these variations, so the first variation being your street design and dedication of right-of-way, the applicant has requested a variation to have no interconnections to the east, west, south, and north to the property for the following reasons. No interconnections to the west and east of Development Area 2, which will be shown on the concept plan next. I'll show you where that is located. So Development Area 2, because those areas are already currently platted. Additionally, no interconnections are proposed along the southern boundary of Saddlebrook Resort, because that area is also a platted subdivision within Wiregrass Ranch, and no interconnections are proposed to the eastern boundary for the same reason. Those areas are already a platted subdivision. So pursuant to the applicant's request, the PDD staff has reviewed these constraints of the golf course area and those accommodations, and recommended or has approved or supports the applicant's variation request as it meets the intent of the code. And then additionally, 805.6, they are requesting the development areas of the wetlands, open spaces, preservations for section 805, which establishes those restrictions to ensure that those areas are preserved. The applicant is requesting a variation from Area 1 and Area 2 due to the multifamily residential parcels basically being under operation and maintenance and purview of the landlord or property owner. So the applicant's request has been reviewed by PDD staff and is supported because it does meet the intent of the code as it seeks to place those operational maintenance responsibilities under the single ownership of an entity. So as promised, this is your, this is the applicant's requested or proposed master plan. I wonder if this works. Does it work? No? Okay. So the area 1 is going to be your area to the northwest of the parcel. Area 1 is primarily going to be your mixed-use mushroom area. Area 2 is going to be the purple area to the east. That's going to be additionally multifamily component as well. The yellow area you'll see as Area 3, which is going to be your tennis areas, and the orange is also part of Area 3, which is going to be your condo resort. And then the shaded area within this master plan is Area 4, which is the golf cart or golf course facility. Right now, should go into the binding plan. Yep, so this is your binding, the proposed binding conceptual plan. As you see, the applicant has provided this to show in detail what the multifamily development is going to look like in both the Area 1 and Area 2, as well as the mushroom component, a part of Area 1, and what it looks like, or generally looks like, the relocation of the driving range to the southeast corner of the golf course area. And here's just a visual review or a little zoomed in area so you can see in a little bit more detail the components of Area 1 being the 75,000 square feet commercial retail, approximately 465 dwelling units for multifamily, and approximately 35 dwelling units for a townhome. And then development area 2, zoomed in version, which is proposing approximately 25,000 square feet of commercial retail and 120 dwelling units for townhomes. And then area 3 and 4, as denoted, is the driving range, proposed driving range, and the upgrade to the tennis area and the resort. And your findings of facts are identified in your agenda memo. I'm just going to kind of summarize these for the most part of what is being proposed. So currently the applicant developer is actually working with the Office of Economic Development, or Economic Growth, I'm sorry, to finalize the condo hotel renovation program that they're working on to kind of meet the needs of the surrounding area and the residents as well. Also, currently, the subject site is operating as a golf and tennis resort, which includes golf courses, a pro shop, golf driving range, and related facilities. Additionally, there's 75 guest rooms in the main resort as well, with swimming facilities, 31 tennis courts, 473 resort units, and you can see those in detail with the different villages that are established within Saddlebrook. They are proposing new uses for commercial, retail, and additional dorms, upgraded restaurant, townhomes, and multifamily, as well as upgrading the clubhouse and the golf course facilities. As I previously stated, there is currently Res 6 future land use in place, but there is a proposed comprehensive plan amendment to PD that is running alongside this as well that will be heard in July. It's located in the South Market area and urban service area, as well as the Wiregrass Transit Center overlay. There is an existing trail along State Road 54, which extends from State Road 54, or I'm sorry, State Road 58, 581 and Morris Bridge Road. There are Category 1 and 2, 3 wetlands on site. The access to the site is also going to be from State Road 54, as well as the applicant has agreed to construct a portion of Division Road H, which is identified on the master plan and the binding conceptual plan, to provide additional access points to Saddlebrook Resort specifically for Area 1. And they are working on improving the Vision Road outside of the project area from Bruce B. Downs to State Road 54. And Area 1 is also going to be designed with a mixed-use trip reduction method standards. And lastly, the driving range, wanted to put this as a finding that it is going to be relocated from what is being proposed as Area 1 to the southeast corner within the golf course area. And they proposed various upgrades to the Saddlebrook Resort amenities. And the rest I think is okay. And then with that, we recommend approval with conditions to the Board of County Commissioners, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, anybody have a question for Amy? Ready? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Applicant? And let's see, how much time was it on this one?
Ms. Wilhite and her team have 30 minutes, then plus rebuttal.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard. Proud to represent Mass Capital in these applications. For the record, I'd like to do a couple things before I forget, because I'll forget at the end. You were emailed last evening the private deed restriction that Mr. Girardi had requested that be made available today. So I would want to make sure, and then we also some support letters that have been received over time. I want to make sure that gets into the record to receive and file.
Yeah. Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
On your dais today. Can we do all three of them? I'm sorry.
Pardon me? Yeah, it's all for this one application, right?
Yes, yes.
Not for both. Yeah, right.
So we have to do it one time. So I also put in your dais today the binding concept plan, so you can see it at a scale where you can read it, as well as our PowerPoint. So again, you can see that at a scale you can read it. So with those three items for the record, please.
Okay. So we have a motion, right?
Yes, so moved. Second.
Second. Further discussion? to receive and file. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, likewise sign. Motion carries.
Well, thank you very much. We're happy to be back here. We were here at the beginning of January when it was a new year of 2023, and it's hard to believe we're halfway through. We've done a lot of work since we were here in January. We have had a lot of meetings over time, and I wanted to capture that in these slides, how many times we've met with the community, and there are multiple meetings starting all the way back from 2022, coming through 2023, up until it brings us to today. Those are all set out in the PowerPoint that you have there. 30-plus meetings with different members of the Saddlebrook community. We did in person, we did virtual, trying to make sure that we do have a lot of residents in Saddlebrook that live other places as well. 7 town hall meetings, 14 meetings with 3 different groups since we had our first hearing before the Board of County Commissioners on the 7th of February. We worked very hard on a private deed restriction, which Jordan Kornberg will be telling you more about. The Saddlebrook Resort Condo Association, who represents 657 unit owners, took formal action as their association and approved that restrictive covenant deed restriction and to support mass proposed plans. And then we also worked with the coalition and a group of Fairway Village property owners. Fairway Village is the homes within Saddlebrook, and they also have approved that private covenant. Each public hearing, I know there was concern early on about how we noticed, and so each time we have a public hearing, we put up, I think, 6 signs, at least 6, and we send over 1,000 notices. So 1,000 households get notice every time we come for a public hearing. We do have a pending comp plan amendment. That comp plan amendment, as I pointed out before, is not needed for our new residential development, which is the townhomes and the apartments. Currently, the comprehensive plan has a maximum of 1,779 residential units. As you can see there, we're doing 465 plus 155, and for our new development. The reason why we did the comp plan amendment is really to clearly allow for the resort and commercial uses. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the comp plan in January. It went to the board and was approved in April, and then it went to DEO, Department of Economic Opportunity, who issued a no comment, no objection letter in May. One thing that's very unique to this endeavor is we agreed to a binding concept plan, and you have that passed out on your dais. And these are the rules. It says we're going to follow that binding concept plan. Obviously, we are not at a construction level of detail, so there can be minor modifications that staff can, from a construction plan detail, that they can adjust and approve. But certainly, all the commitments that are on there are still the same commitments. And this is the binding concept plan that you have. And I do have my teammates the owner's representatives that are going to present from here. Jordan Kornberg is going to present next, and then Aaron Landry.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Jordan Kornberg, I'm a managing director with Mass Capital. So if I can go back just to cover the areas again, just, area 1 and 2 we covered. Area 3, the difference from last time we were here, just to point it out, is area 3 had one big area. So we split it out into 2 separate areas, which we can touch on why and what are in those separate areas. But previously there was just one big area 3. Now there's area 3A and 3B, where we've delineated the different uses that are allowed in each of those areas. And then area 4 is everything in white, which is the current golf course, which is where we're putting the deed restriction. And we specifically called out here the location of the driving range. So starting with the deed restriction, which covers the entirety of the golf course, we've agreed on this with the Resort Condo Association. We've worked with the coalition as well as another group of residents who have all signed off on the document. This is a 99-year document plus renewal periods, which restricts all of that golf course land to be golf as well as ancillary uses, and you all have a copy of it to see what that actually means, but restricts where buildings can go to ensure that all of the homeowners within Saddlebrook, and they are not going to have a maintenance shed built in their backyard. That is restricted from this document, and it can't happen. So, this is golf course use, it's open space use, and it forecloses out, not just us, anybody in the future putting anything behind these people's homes. This document is with 5 separate associations within Saddlebrook. The reason we did it that way is frankly, for it to be amended, all 5 of them need to come together and agree to amend it. So I'd say it's virtually impossible for this document to be amended, which gives it more security, which frankly is to our benefit as well as the owner of the resort. Area 3A and 3B. So previously, again, this covered all of one area, which included 27 tennis courts that we use at the resort. And, you know, obviously tennis is a rich part of Saddlebrook's history and very important for our go-forward business plan. So what we've done in order to address questions that we received around tennis is split out 3A and 3B. So area 3A, which covers those 27 tennis courts, the only use that's allowed there is tennis courts and surface parking, which is what the current uses are. And we've made a commitment that of those 27 tennis courts that are there today, 22 of them will remain. So we have flexibility to remove 5 of the current tennis courts to expand surface parking. And it covers other racket sport uses too, given the growth of paddle, pickle, etc. But the reality is tennis is obviously, you know, a big part of what Saddlebrook is in our plan. Area 3B is where we plan for a clubhouse. So the use and development that is not what was previously in all of Area 3 is restricted to 3B. Today, that is what was the steakhouse, what is the golf and tennis check-in, a fitness center, along with cart barn and resort maintenance. So it'll be all of those uses with enhancing the clubhouse and the ability to do so with what we're going for here. The other big change that we've made is the question has always been raised to us about the linkage between the resort and the new developments. And so as part of our approval, we've added in phasing conditions that give the protection that ultimately, if there is development, there will be investment in the resort, which is a commitment that we have always made. So those 3 conditions, you know, which are shown here, the first one is before we can do any development in Area 1, we need to have moved and put in service the new driving range, which then obviously binds us to the golf plan because that changes the routing plan on the golf course. The second condition is that before we deliver our first unit in either Area 1 or Area 2, we need to have finished the renovation of 18 holes of the golf course and gotten permits for and started renovation for the key areas of the resort, which include the condo hotel units that we own, the lobby, food and beverage restaurant areas, ground level meeting space in the resort. And then the last condition says before we deliver the 351st unit in development Area 1, we need to have completed essentially all of those areas that we were starting the renovation of at the resort. So we've ensured that ultimately for development to happen, we need to make a significant commitment to the improvement of the resort to ensure that ultimately all of Saddlebrook will be improved and see the investment that we all know it needs.
Mr. Chair, can I ask you one question? Yes. Can you go back to that prior slide? So could you explain the rationale for 351? What was that? Is there anything magical about that number? You have a total of 465 units in that, but I guess it's 495 when you include the townhomes. So how did you come up with 351?
I wouldn't say there was anything magical. I think the key for us was making sure that ultimately, you know, there's substantial commitment in terms of there's enough left on the back end. And at the end of the day, it doesn't ultimately restrict and hold up the plan. So I wouldn't say there was magic to the 351 number. We felt like it was a fair number that ensured, you know, the plans can continue while at the same time, we can't just get so far.
I guess what I was asking is, do you need to sell that many units to have the funds to do some of the rehab work in the resort, or it's not a funding issue?
No.
Okay. All right, you've answered my question.
And then lastly, this is a draft of our golf routing plan. We brought Reese Jones on board to plan our renovation of the golf course. Reese Jones is a world-class golf architect, the son of Robert Trent Jones. Bryce Swanson, who's on the line, works for Reese Jones. And we've charged Reese to come up with a 27-hole routing plan where you have 3 9s that can each stand on their own. So you have 3 separate 18s that all go together, that all start and finish at the clubhouse, and that every home within Saddlebrook that is currently on a golf course is still on a golf course and maintains their view. And so again, this is a draft that's in progress, but as you can see, all of the homes that are on golf course today maintain on a golf course, and it's come up with a great 27-hole design where each 9 starts and finishes at the clubhouse.
I got one question real quick. So I guess theoretically, is there a chance that at some point in time there will only be 9 of the 36 holes open?
So,
because you got the driving range and you got 18 holes, you got to renovate all at the same time.
So we had a plan where and it's been back and forth with members and residents. We held a members town hall where I think 150 people were present. And what we were working towards was a plan to always have the driving range and 18 holes in operation at any given time. So we renovate 9 at a time. What we heard after that town hall meeting was frankly that members were excited about these improvements and wanted to see it accelerated. So the request was to look at, can we accelerate the plans, and rather than always having 18 open, they'd rather have the new renovated golf course sooner. And so that at some point, yes, you potentially only have 9 in operation. We still haven't finalized the path that we're going. Frankly, we were going down the path of the keeping 18 open at all times for the benefit of residents, but what we've been hearing from them is they actually just want the improvements to happen quicker and would rather have only 9 holes for a period of time and have these renovations completed sooner.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that the residents were clear on that, because I mean, I would imagine, I would have thought that the residents would want to at least have 18 holes that they could enjoy. So that would mean that 9 holes are being renovated and the driving range was, but that's fine. You answered my question.
And we're still exploring both plans. We were equally surprised, I would say, in terms of that, but I think it spoke to the excitement of seeing these improvements.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Aaron Landry with Mass Capital, Managing Director with offices at 2601 South Bayshore Drive, Coconut Grove, Florida, and I have been sworn. So one of the benefits that we believe our plan has is, let me see if we can get this to work here. Yes. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry about that. Is the enhanced connectivity. For better or for worse, Saddlebrook was designed and built with a single entrance, and as I'm sure many of you know, having visited the property. And as part of our plan, one of the things we want to do is propose a secondary gated entrance into Saddlebrook that would be certainly to the benefit of the existing residents within the community. Also, everyone who may or may not know, but given it's a single entrance, 100% of the resort deliveries have to come in and out of that main entranceway on Saddlebrook Way, which unfortunately adds to congestion onto a single entrance. And so as part of our proposed plans, we're also have the intent to have all of the service deliveries diverted off of the main entrance and use this secondary entrance road, again, which would still remain as a gated entrance, no different than the way the community exists today. And then lastly, in terms of the multi-use path, we are providing for a connection for Saddlebrook residents as well as resort guests in order to get into the proposed Area 1. Saddlebrook today has virtually no sidewalks along the streets, so anything we can do to try to improve that situation where you don't have people biking, walking, running, etc., intermingled with vehicles, we think is a real benefit. In terms of the larger scale sort of access management improvements, which certainly relate to transportation, there's a few we'd like to highlight. The first, and I have a couple slides here beyond this that show it a little bit better, but nonetheless, State Road 54 and Saddlebrook Way, which is the main entrance, into the resort. We're planning to add additional lanes, which would help with capacity and hopefully eliminate some of the concerns around queuing, given that that is an intersection, and there's obviously a lot of people try to make left-bound or a westbound turn onto State Road 54. Also, a new connection, of course, at our western boundary at State Road 54 and what would be the County Vision Road H. And then lastly, which is an extension of the Vision Road, and I'll be showing it in the following slides, is a further extension to connect over to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard. So this is an image here of Saddlebrook Way at the main entry. And as you can see, today there's a single left-hand turn lane to make that left turn or to go westbound on State Road 54 at the intersection. So we're proposing to add a second left-hand turn lane and convert or create what will be a new right turn lane to go eastbound. And then the Vision Road itself, this image here kind of shows where it connects along our western boundary. The portion of yellow that you're seeing along the western edge of our property, I mean, that's approximately 5 acres of land that would be dedicated as part of being able to create this larger transportation improvement. And then you're seeing kind of, I guess what I would call is sort of the tail once it tapers off of our property to the west to connect over to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard. We think this is important because it certainly gives people opportunity to have movement and be able to avoid the Saddlebrook Way main entrance altogether, frankly, to be able to go west and or to get to a different intersection by connecting over to the Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard intersection. And just to be clear, it would be the two easternmost lanes once you leave our property in terms of that connection between our western boundary and the Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you go back to the slide?
Yeah.
Have you all had any conversations with the Porters or Wiregrass about the name for that road? Because I don't imagine we're going to call it Vision Road H for the rest of our lives. Has there been any conversations about what it's been called the Bruce B. Downs Extension, the Loop Road. There's always confusion about what it's going to be named, and now I've seen 3 different names for this road. So you all had any conversations with them about what it should be named?
Not about names. We have had conversations about the coordination to be able to obviously create this, but in terms of names, we have not.
Yeah, I would encourage you to do so. I don't think Vision Road H is the greatest name for a road, so
understood.
Probably needs to be named something else.
Okay.
And you're going to actually put that road in, is that correct?
Correct.
All the way?
The two, correct. So we would put the road in from State Road 54, as you can see, to sort of the, again, where it starts to taper off of our property. From that point on, going west towards Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard would be the 2 easternmost lanes.
Okay, and it'll connect to Wiregrass Ranch.
Correct.
And then Wiregrass Ranch is supposed to build it from Bruce B. Downs 581 to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard.
Okay.
The intent of this road originally was to allow you to basically bypass the 581-54 intersection, which is a very congested intersection.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying from your property to Wiregrass Ranch Road, you'll be building 2 of those lanes?
Correct.
Okay, so the other 2 lanes are going to fall on who?
Ultimately, the county when the capacity is actually there to warrant it.
But so that's the same 2 lanes that Wiregrass has to build too. Right. It's starting out as a 2-lane road.
Mm-hmm. It's just like similar to like the Cubulus where you build half road or half the right of way.
Yes, right. They're building it basically offset.
It'll become the eastbound 2 lanes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go over briefly development area 2. In principle, the concept or programming for this area has not changed from what was presented to you in January, with both commercial as well as residential townhomes proposed. So for the site plan here, you're seeing, of course, the commercial out parcel that we intend to create fronting State Road 54 with approximately 120 townhomes tucked in the back. The only thing I would note, which I believe Amy referenced as well, which is we are proposing to have a variation to eliminate the connectivity at the south end of the property at the request of the community. Frankly, we've had several community meetings over the last 6-9 months, and they were very adamant that they did not want to have any connectivity as far as the ability for someone to walk bike, etc., into Saddlebrook, given that Saddlebrook is an existing gated community. We do view this, this piece or this development area, it really is standalone and is self-sufficient in terms of it has its own amenities. There is no reciprocity between the resort and this area, so folks who would live here, again, ultimately have everything they need as it relates to their own amenities within their community, and would not have access into Saddlebrook.
Can I ask a question on that? Yeah, I want to go back to it.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Richard.
I'm looking at the far eastern part of that property, and I know there's a light there. Why would we not put a light there? The main entrance is in the center of the property, but it seems like if you moved it further to the east, you're going to take advantage of that light, traffic light that's right there. Just wondering why that wasn't done.
The property, Barbara Wilhite, the property does not align with that intersection and that light, where property's a little bit to the west.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, that's a shame.
So, are you done?
Yeah, thank you.
So my question was, and I guess it's in the conditions, but I just wanted to make sure you're publicly stating this, that the Board of County Commissioners is developing architectural and landscaping standards for townhomes, and you've agreed to comply with whatever those standards end up being?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, continue.
Moving on to development area 1. Similarly, the programming for this area hasn't changed from January. It will be a mixed-use village concept that we've come up with. We are proposing to make sure it's mudroom, with the following uses, obviously being commercial, multifamily, in terms of residential, as well as the townhomes. So for area 1, I'm going to focus on a few of the key changes that were made from the January hearing that we had with you all. I think the first is, originally there was a residential building that was along the eastern boundary along Saddlebrook Way, and we, given the concerns that were raised from the community, we were able to relocate that building away from the entrance. So everything that we could do to try to preserve and make sure that arrival experience in the Saddlebrook remains as much as possible as it is today. If not improve it, we certainly tried to do that. So relocating a building was a part of that. We also shifted as best we could some of the buildings a little bit further away from the entryway along Saddlebrook Way. A couple other elements were the guard gate design for the relocated guard gate. So today, one of the unfortunate circumstances of the design is that anyone who's coming into Saddlebrook, even though it's a guard gated community, if you're a guard, you're trying to turn them around because they don't have credentials to be there. Unfortunately, you have to open the gate and really hope that they do a U-turn and are good citizens to turn around and leave. But under our current design that we've implemented in here, we've ensured that the design allows for people to be turned away and still be able to turn around without actually coming into Saddlebrook. So that was a design change that we had made. Likewise, with development area 2, this is a self-sufficient sort of development community, if you will. That is to say, in terms of its amenities that are proposed, this area has its own central clubhouse that would service the residential. It is not reliant at all on Saddlebrook resort amenities. There is no sort of de facto becoming a resident of Saddlebrook simply because you live in Area 1. And ultimately what we're trying to create is that vibrant experience where you really have really great interaction between the commercial, and we try to create what was the Main Street concept that you're seeing with the two red footprints, which are the commercial buildings fronting State Road 54. And so this next image here is really meant to give you a sense of, our intention is to really enhance what is out there today as you go into Saddlebrook. We recognize that the community certainly has been very vocal about wanting to make sure that it feels good as you come in. And so we think that we like and love what's out there today, and we think it can actually be improved with additional landscaping and sort of intensifying what was done there. The next is, this is a rendering of the village center concept, and you're seeing really an image looking effectively through the heart of the town center, looking, in this case, will be sort of northwest at an angle. The building kind of in the background, you're seeing the commercial building, which has ground floor retail, you're seeing a restaurant. You know, we certainly want to have those types of uses that we believe is an amenity, not just for residents inside Saddlebrook, but also for, you know, in terms of resort business that come, the people that patronize, as well as others that are nearby. And then you're seeing kind of in the foreground here, the residential component with the apartments along sort of the left-hand page of this image. The next image here, or rendering here, is a sort of a view sort of down the Main Street, as I have described in the past. This is looking towards, you know, ultimately what is the western boundary of the property and where the Vision Road would be sort of at the terminus in the far distance. But again, just another view in terms of the concept and environment that we're really trying to create with our idea for Development Area 1. And then lastly, this is an image of the townhomes, you know, at the east side along Saddlebrook Way. There's approximately 35 townhomes, and so this is meant to give a sense of the design direction that we want to create for that sort of small enclave of townhomes. And with that, that completes.
Can I ask one more question? Yeah. Can you go back to the prior slide, not this one, but the one prior to this one? Yes. So I guess my question is for both you and or Barbara, and Brad may need to weigh in too. So I know you've committed to this area being mudroom. My question is, maybe it's a question for Brad. I don't think mudroom requires vertical mixed use. I know it requires mixed use, but I'm not sure it requires vertical mixed use. But you're depicting vertical mixed use. Are you willing to commit that it would be vertical mixed use, or are you, I guess I'm not sure what your commitment is. So let's let Brad answer the question about whether mudroom requires it to be.
Thanks. Brad Tippin, Planning Development. Yeah, it does not require vertical mixed use. There is a mix that's required, and depending on the space, a lot of times that ends up being vertical mixed use, but it is not an official mudroom requirement. So we can, if they commit to it.
This is up to the planner and the planning commission and the board about whether they want it to be required to be vertical mixed use. My point is that the way the conditions are worded, it doesn't necessarily require what is being shown in the pictures. So that's why I'm asking the question, are you committing to what's being shown in the pictures, or are you just committing that it'll be horizontal mixed use? I'm not sure what the commitment is basically the question.
So the commitment in terms of what you see is what you get. So that ground floor is retail, you're seeing office above.
So you're committing to vertical.
So you are committing to vertical mixed use?
Yes.
To make this clearer, at one point we had our little, when you look at your concept plan, your binding concept plan, these salmon colored buildings used to have a label on them that said that. It's not there now. So we'll, if that's part of your motion, we'll make sure that this gets labeled. These get labeled on this concept plan, so that binds us.
That the front two buildings will be vertical mixed use?
That's correct.
Okay.
So along those lines, David, are you done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we could go back, could y'all go back a couple slides? Because when I look at the overall concept plan, number one, thank you for providing this much level of information. Yep, one more forward. No, one more forward. So when I look at that visually, I just see a lot of surface parking. So kind of along the lines of what David is asking, is to eliminate some of that surface parking possibly. And, you know, this is the main entrance from Saddlebrook that's coming in. First thing that people are going to kind of see when they come into the world-class resort that it is. Is there a consideration of possibly putting parking underneath some of the apartment buildings there, or something, just to kind of eliminate some of that surface parking and possibly get some more buffering along that primary access road that's coming in? Have y'all thought about that? And
it is something we thought about, but I can tell you that the economics of sort of structured parking in this scenario simply does not work.
Okay. Because it seems like there is, just to reinforce that, it seems like there is opportunity to possibly get some more buffering along that road. And yeah, I didn't have the opportunity, as I said before we talked the other day, to really look at this. But I want to look at this, I'm like, wow, it seems like there is an opportunity there to possibly have a little bit more separation from that main roads, because as you made the point, these are separate. You know, this is a separate use, this area, from the resort. So being considerate of that, and people coming to your resort or going to the resort, I'll reinforce what I said. for consideration.
We have to go through a mudroom review, which I go through with many clients, and all of these things are discussed.
Okay.
The staff puts, gets their hands, kind of sounds negative, but they really do work with to try to make sure that whatever can be done to make it the best place possible is done. And so
Okay.
we have a binding concept plan, we have a mudroom code, and then we have staff. So, and the residents, I'm sure, will be, involved as we go through that process as well. So.
Yeah, and of course, we're not used to seeing this much information kind of before, so I mean, appreciate the level of detail that's provided, but given the fact that we have this so much information, just some different ideas that we see, because we're not privy to all that up front. So.
Understood.
So can I ask one follow-up question?
Sure, of course.
So then the 75,000 square feet of commercial, is the thought that that would all be on the ground floor of those two front buildings? Or is it possible to be another commercial piece somewhere on this plan?
So yeah.
It would be concentrated in those two buildings, between the two floors and those two pink or red footprints of the buildings.
So all the commercial would be in the front of this area, basically?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I was just going to say another thought could be to that portion of the property there that's on the, I guess it'd be the south side of the connection to the Vision Road. It doesn't look like it's right off the bottom of this particular slide, but it doesn't show that you have anything planned for that. So that might be a possibility of some redesign to be able to move some of the things, some parking, or maybe another building south to allow more parking or less parking in the front to give more of a buffer as well.
Okay.
That concludes our presentation. I have the team available to answer questions now or after you hear some more presentation.
So Barbara, could you get somebody in your team to address why you concentrated more of the residential density in Area 1 versus Area 2?
Sure. One is, the answer to that is just the location. You're talking about a major Vision Road coming ultimately from Bruce B. Downs up through and going to be along our western boundary. We are going to construct a portion of that. One thing we didn't say was, when we talk about phasing and what has to happen when relative to golf and range and renovations at the resort, that portion of the Vision Road has to be constructed before the first CO, first units delivered in Area 1. So that's another thing of the investment on the road connection happens before the first resident moves in Area 1. So I wanted to mention that. But the design is village focused. It's the density that you need to have a village. If you drive around Pasco, you'll notice that we have mostly anchor-based retail with out parcels, and it's all auto dependent, and it serves people driving to wherever we go, and we all stop in those places. When you try to create a village center, you need density. I have a village center over in Mitchell Ranch, where the county wanted someplace special, and they want a place, and it's a Main Street approach as well. It's got 600 apartment units to support that. So that's the reason why it's the support of making it something other than just out parcel retail on 54 with anchor-based tenants and creating a place. So you don't have national retailers where your choices are Chili's and Longhorn and Olive Garden. You have restaurants where people want to go and stay and eat outside and listen to music and have the ability to have festivals and markets. And so but the density is very important to people being able to have those type of businesses because it's not out parcels oriented to 54 and auto dependent. Did I answer that adequately? And I know this because I meet with so many clients who propose all different things, and so I speak because this is what I know based upon how you put these village centers together.
I have a quick question too. I don't know if you're best to answer this or not, or maybe somebody else on your team, but so the Vision Road, it looks like there's going to be an additional right turn lane for eastbound 54 to access that road. But I'm not seeing a left turn lane being added for westbound 54. So it looks like the entire project is going to enter and exit off of the Vision Road. Is that correct?
I'm going to have Steve Henry jump up here, and he'll
Okay.
do a much better job.
Yeah, so, I mean, it doesn't look like on the concept drawing there's a cut through on the median.
Steve Henry, Langston Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa. You're correct. So today, the idea is that that would be a right in, right out. Ultimately, what's going to happen is that road's going to continue to the north. When it does continue to the north, it will then have a full median opening and be signalized. But at this point, we didn't see the need in going through and putting a full median opening there. We require closing the median opening to the west that serves the Wiregrass Retail Center. So the idea is today is to have that as a right in, right out, design it and build it so that it ultimately can accommodate it when it becomes a full median opening.
So you don't think it's going to be necessary to have the median opening for the amount of traffic that's going to be generated by that heavy amount of residential use as well as commercial?
No, and we've run the analysis looking at it as a right in, right out. Obviously what this also does is it allows those vehicles to get to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard and to go north or south from there. So it does add that opportunity and reduces the traffic based on that.
In Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard, you can make a left out there.
And that's Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard's about to open up to the south, so it'll ultimately connect between 56 and 54.
Yeah, I was just wondering more about traffic that was coming from east on 54 to be able to access the development. But that's most of the traffic's going to be coming from the other direction.
Correct. That we've looked at it, and most of it's coming from the west.
Okay.
Steve, while you're up there, so all the truck traffic that's going to come into the resort is going to come in via that Vision Road?
Correct, yes.
How does that get routed through the resort? How does that get to the resort?
I'll let them talk about as far as, I can tell you how to get from the road, but let them talk about how it's routed through the resort.
Okay.
If we can bring back up that PowerPoint and maybe keep the concept planned up so as we talk, we can reference it. Let's see if we can get the overall concept plan back up. Aaron, do you want to speak to that? I know the answer, but Aaron does much better. Whoops.
Doesn't work. All right, I'll just have to, I mean, so basically what happens is once you come in terms of a service vehicle, you come in at that connection along the western boundary as a service vehicle, you'll continue down past, that the parking lot area you're seeing, kind of that sort of half shaped, I'm trying to think of the shape for it, but you're seeing a service parking lot which previously had, administrative buildings and trailers, and you'll go down past where the schools are at. This is the route that the trucks would take today, this is Fox Hunt Drive. Once you're inside Saddlebrook, in order to get down, because Fox Hunt Drive is the road that gets you over to the core of the resort in terms of where the receiving and delivery is today.
So you're saying that's essentially no different than it is today, once you're
inside of Saddlebrook, correct, but you're obviously bypassing the main entrance.
Yeah, so all the truck traffic that currently comes in the front gate is gonna not be going there anymore. Okay.
That's correct.
Can I ask Steve Henry one more question?
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Steve, this is one you can answer. So in area 2, I know it's right in, right out, but is it safe for me to assume that you could never get a left out there because of the proximity to the intersection?
Correct. Yes, and we've looked at that parcel for years for other people, but that's the problem is you can't get to the signal unless you acquire additional property to the east.
Does that effectively limit the amount of development you can put in area 2?
It will limit the viability of a lot of commercial because of limited access. Obviously, with full access and signal, it helps the value and the type of retail might go in there.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got one more. Barbara, I guess I'm looking to the area to the south where the golf course is. You've got Wiregrass Esplanade to the south, and it doesn't show any houses there, but they're going to be built. Is there any thought about any kind of like golf cart access to there? Because it just would seem so much easier to get there from the south.
If you pulled up Pasco mapper, what you'd see is it's a platted subdivision
Yeah.
in Wiregrass all along our south, so.
Well, there's a
But-
dead end there.
Right, so I think a couple things. One is it's all platted residential across our south. The other is a desire of our community, the Saddlebrook community, to maintain their gated access. And so, again, like they didn't, the comment on Area 2, Development Area 2, which is the townhomes, and not having that connectivity, I'm sure if it was proposed to come from the south, from the Wiregrass, we would have the same concern, because they want to keep Saddlebrook behind the gate.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. If that's everyone on the presentation side, who would like to speak or ask questions? Barbara, do you have something else? Okay. All right, anybody else would like to speak or have any questions? Please come forward and give us your name and address. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gray.
I'm sorry, before you speak, Jane, can I ask staff a favor just to leave the concept plane up in case people need to, no
Yeah.
offense to Essen, I don't.
Yeah.
But- Oh, you have a PowerPoint, okay, I'm sorry, then go ahead. Okay.
No comment.
It's a good picture.
Yeah, it is good.
Chair Gray, I had actually requested 18 minutes for myself, my client, Mr. Larry Barbetta, and our expert, but our expert isn't actually able to join, so would we be able to have 16 minutes in total, just myself and Mr. Barbetta?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Thank you very much. And actually, that said, I'll introduce myself quickly, but I'd like to have Larry Barbetta's presentation up because he's going to do the first presentation and I'll do the second part.
Okay.
My name is Jane Graham. I represent the Save Saddlebrook Coalition. And I'm here with Larry Barbetta. Where did he go? Come here.
Yeah, why don't you just come right on up front, Larry?
Yeah, he is the president of the Save Saddlebrook Coalition. He's also a resident and has quite a bit of business and hospitality and analytics expertise as a CEO of multiple companies, specializing in software analytics. I have some documents that I will put into the record, one of which is the Save Saddlebrook Coalition bylaws and mission statement, which establishes standing in this case. This coalition is composed of individuals who own property as well as HOAs within the Saddlebrook area. With that, I'm going to let Larry take it away and I'll come back.
So, Jane, are you asking us to receive and file something?
Yeah, I was just going to bring it up.
What are you asking us to receive and file?
So I have actually a package, one of which includes the Save Saddlebrook Coalition amended bylaws. It also includes a number of other documents, which I will speak to.
So do you want to give that to us
Are you asking us to
now?
receive and file these, to look
Yeah.
at them?
Yeah.
Okay, then probably need a motion.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Larry Barbetta. I live at 5326 Fox Hunt Drive in Saddlebrook, and I have been sworn in. So first of all, I'd like to just give you a quick update on what's been happening since we last met with you guys. I won't take you the day-by-day breakdown, but we wanted to first thank you on the Planning Commission for giving us an opportunity to work with MAST and to coalesce our efforts as a community to understand this development project. And so we thank you for giving us that opportunity, and we thank the Board of County Commissioners as well for giving us some time to keep working. We also would like to thank our representatives from MAST for the time. We appreciate the way you've dealt with things and the way you've handled us. We've had very respectful, I think, and professional engagement, and we've made a lot of progress. And so I don't want to in any way make that, to minimize that. That being said, there are a couple of areas of this plan that we still are not comfortable with. Specifically, we feel we need better solutions for the resort revitalization in terms of the commitments on scope of the renovations and the timing. And secondly, we remain very concerned about the Area 1 plans as it relates to density, type of product, traffic impact, et cetera. We think that there's an opportunity for this whole plan to be a true win-win-win. A win for Mast, a win for Saddlebrook residents, and a win for Pasco County. But we need your help to achieve that. So as the team from Mast brought up, we have agreed on a deed restriction to preserve the golf course and the views. We think that's very important, and we're very grateful for that. And that is a very, meaningful action. Where we still have issues is the resort revitalization commitment. And this is a critical issue for the community, for the viability of the resort, and the revenue for Pasco County. Simply put, we feel there's a need to increase the scope of the commitments on the development and when it gets completed. Okay? We also, as I mentioned, have some concerns about Area 1, and we'll touch on that a bit, with the current density, traffic, safety, type of product, as some of you mentioned already, including the amount of parking, et cetera. Okay. These were the points that were put up earlier. So in terms of the conditions, I won't read them all, but quickly, 27 speaks to the fact that we're going to maintain the existing driving range until the new driving range has been constructed and is in operation. We think that's great. We're really happy about that. The next thing talks about when development begins. And this is an area where we have some concern, because it says prior to the first final building inspection in Area 1 or 2, they will commence renovation of existing hotel units owned by the applicant. I believe Mast owns 75 or 80 of the condo-tel units, somewhere in that range. Is that right? And I believe there's 473 in total, correct? Okay. So that's one point. The other thing is we have renovations in certain parts of the resort brought up, lobby, food and beverage, and ground level meeting. Those are important, but those are things that really benefit more the hotel operation and certainly not the members who are part of Saddlebrook or the community, other than maybe the food and beverage, which we certainly would welcome. Okay? The other point of concern is that the only completion date for renovations and the resort improvements is upon final building inspection for the 351st unit. Now, it doesn't have a date, it doesn't have a start date, but by the time you would lay out all of the things that have to take place with the way the golf course works, as the folks have described or in prior meetings, that is a project that you have to do because of Florida weather, apparently from March to November, because of the growing. So we are concerned, and we think the county should be concerned, that the first completion milestone of the resort condos and the resort itself isn't until we're at unit 351. We think this kind of should be flipped, because isn't the priority to revitalize the Saddlebrook Resort? They bought Saddlebrook Resort. We didn't buy a pasture. So we would like to think that we should increase the commitment to not only include the Mast-owned units, but let the other condo owners opt in. And obviously there's economies of scale which would benefit Mast. Now I know they can't be accountable for personal property people joining, but by all means, the county needs more than 80 rooms to get Saddlebrook Resort back. So we would like to see that part of the mix. The other thing is we really want to see completion milestones far earlier than after 351st apartment unit in Area 1. We heard from even Jordan in response to a question today that it's not a funding issue. the commission asked that question. So if it's not a funding issue, why do we want lost revenue for the county? Why do we want to delay this? And again, without getting too deep into economics, if you go to the Saddlebrook website today, and this is not the high season, the rate is $189 for next weekend. That's for the one bedroom. It's $216 for the two bedroom, and it's $454 for the three bedroom. Okay. With the 5% tax that the county gets, plus the penny for Pasco, plus the additional 1%, you're talking about 7% lost revenue for the county on every night that it isn't developed, and also for any unit that isn't developed. So very quickly, you get into looking at about $5,200 a night if you had the 393 additional units built, okay? And think about what that would mean over time and getting it built sooner. So we would ask for your help to move this in a more expeditious and broader manner.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure, David.
So, I understand your point. If you could just back to the prior slide. My question is, how do, I mean, they don't own those 473 units, so how can Mass commit to renovate units they don't own?
I'm not asking that they would commit, but they could add something like that they will do their units and all others that are privately owned that opted in, for example. Because there's individual clusters. So for instance, if Mass owned half the units in cluster 1, I'm just illustrating.
Are you saying that they would contract the work or pay for those rent? I'm not sure what you're asking them to do, because I'm not sure why should Mass be responsible for renovating somebody's private unit?
Well, no, I'm not asking them to pay for it, so it's a good question. Just as now, the individual owners will have to make a decision as to whether they're going to pay the assessment that they'll be levied to upgrade their unit. What I'm saying is that they shouldn't only commit to doing their 80 units, they should commit while they're doing their 80 units that they would also include, give an option for the owners to offer up their unit to be renovated at the same time.
If those owners are willing to pay for the renovation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Does that option already exist, though, with those owners? Wouldn't they be able to do that at any time?
They haven't yet been told the cost or the break-even points or anything else yet at this juncture. And as you can see, that obviously, and again, it makes perfect sense that when you're doing a cluster, and if half are owned by Mass and half are owned privately, it would be more efficient to do the whole cluster at once.
So you're suggesting more of an economies of scale sort of issue? I mean, if the contractor's already in there doing the work, might as well do all the units at the same time, as long as those people opt in and pay for it.
Correct. Which then would get more units, it gets the hotel brought back faster, more units for Pasco.
So.
More revenue for Mass, too.
Now, did you see, there was a finding of fact that I think Amy put up at the beginning that said that our Office of Economic Growth was working with Mass to address this very issue. Did you notice that?
I spoke with David Engel very recently. And yeah, I mean, we were on a call together with him briefly, and we've spoken since.
Right,
Yeah,
but I guess my point is that I'm not sure this particular issue that you're bringing up, I don't know that the county's ignoring it. In fact, I spoke to David Engel. I know he has similar concerns. It's just that I don't think they've developed the language that's intended to address it. That's why I'm asking you the questions. What is it you're suggesting? This is sort of an open dialogue item, because even David Engel would tell you if he was here that this issue has not been fully baked. That's the one issue that has not been fully baked in his mind.
Right.
So that's why there's a finding of fact in the memo that says that he's continuing to work with the applicant on that issue.
Okay.
But your request is that basically Mass open up the renovations to those other 400, whatever number of units it is.
Yeah, 393 additional.
390 units to do at the same time they're doing their own.
Yes.
If they pay for it.
If the owners opt in, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I kind of see feasibility issue with that? Because let's say we're all condo owners, and I say yes, and you say yes, and Jamie says no. So, I mean, how does that work feasibility-wise? The construction's going on, and they're doing mine, and then the noise is bothering Jamie. I just don't see how that all could be done.
Yeah, I would assume the contractor would work on each unit individually, and when they'd finish one, they'd move on to another one. The only issue might be, though, is if 300 units opt in all at once, then there's only so much labor to go around to be able to get those, and materials to get those done.
And you'd have to get one unit
Right.
to can be completely yes, instead of just
Well, I think,
piecemealing.
honestly, I think it's more of a common good kind of an approach to it. You know, let's say you got 30 units on a floor, and 25 of them want to do it. You just do them all at once, and the 5 that don't want to do it, they don't get done, you know, and they just have to live with that because it's a common good for the whole community.
Right.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah, it makes
So
sense.
And the only way you're going to get economies of scale is if you do them all at the same time.
Yeah.
You can't do them individually.
Yeah.
So, a couple things, Barbara will and take you for time, but what you're saying is, I agree with. We've actually worked on some of this language. We're still working on it with Dave Engel. But some of the concepts in the language are, one, that my client has to, whatever they're paying to renovate their units is the same for third-party units. So they don't get to mark it up and so they get the same. So that's the one thing we're working on. The other thing we're working on is that timing, giving those third-party owners saying, you have this date, you sign up by this date to renovate, then we'll renovate our units and your units together. And that's the intention, is to do them all together, because that's where you get the economies of scale, like you've said, and being able to keep that pricing consistent. But to say, once you sign up, we have commitments in these conditions that say, when we have to do our units, if you sign up by a certain date, we got to complete your unit with our commitments when we're going to complete our units. So we're working on those concepts. And so I just wanted to say that, so it didn't just go flat and just but we can continue to work on it, and we agree that we can improve the language, and we're addressing it and working on it. But those are some of the beginning ideas.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what you're saying, so.
Barbara, can you also speak to the financing of those renovations to the, so what financing options would the owners have to be able to finance
So
those renovations?
if I may, because this is Mr. Barbetta's presentation, let him continue, and we'll definitely can speak to all those things. So thank you for giving me a moment.
No problem. Thank you, Barbara. And we're encouraged by that. But to be clear, we can only react to the wording that is presented, and we've been having conversations about these topics for months, okay? So it's not the first time we've brought this up. Okay. The other thing, as I mentioned, is the timing is also important, okay? And again, as we brought up, the concern about the 351 being the first completion.
So can I ask you, what would your proposal, if it's not because the applicant did say that wasn't a magic number, could you tell, what is your suggestion of what the number should be?
Well, I guess we'd have to understand the timing of the project, and we understand you can't control everything. There's acts of God, there's labor. We're not expecting anything unreasonable. But what might be good is if we had a committed start date that was soon, and earnest efforts, whatever, right? And then we would have some completion milestone that would be earlier. I don't know what the calendar date would be for the plan for 350.
Well, I mean, the way I read condition 28, they are committing to a start date, because they have to start prior to the first, any building in Area 1, they have to at least have started. That's how I'm reading condition 28.
They have to commence, yes.
You want a calendar date? Is that what you're asking for?
I mean, obviously, yeah, I think a calendar date or a reasonable date, and and an early completion date is all we're trying to get at.
Okay, so your issue is that you want calendar dates instead of just tying it to development in Area 1 and 2? I just want to know, I want to be clear on what you're asking. That's what
I mean, we're open to what it would be. We're not trying to dictate. A date would be best, obviously, and we'd understand there could be extenuating circumstances.
Well, it might be hard to pick a date, but you could pick an on or before date.
Yeah.
Or a target, target completion.
Right.
Yeah.
But, and then a target completion is the key too, right? The way I read that 351 units, I interpret that as years.
Okay, so you're looking for something that you, like a calendar date that you can hang your hat on that isn't tied to unit construction? That's what you're asking?
Or a much quicker, or a completion date tied to way fewer units, whatever would be most
Well,
appropriate.
that was my question, is do you have what number of units would you recommend if it was you?
Well, I'd prefer a date than number of units, because I don't know.
I know, but then you said, or a number of units, so I'm asking you, what is your request?
What is the current schedule as it looks like for the resort renovation and the condo hotel renovations?
You spoke about it at length, so.
Yeah, but I've never heard a date.
Okay.
We can't have
If you
conversations.
don't know the answer,
Yeah,
if you don't know the answer, then just think about it and tell me later.
Okay.
I wasn't sure, but you asking the unit count be reduced, but it'd be helpful to know what your request is.
Well, the reason I'm asking for the unit number to be reduced would be to try to get to an earlier date. So
your
clearly
preference is
we'd
the
be
date.
getting to.
Okay, you made your point. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
And in defense, or devil's advocate to this, the target completion of 351 units could be 12 months from now, for all you know. So if they came and said that the target completion is, so if they can put a target completion on that, that's a reasonable date, then you'd be okay with that too, I would assume.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. We're only slightly unreasonable.
Right.
I've heard that.
Just ask my wife. Okay, so we've covered, I think, these points, and I appreciate the questions.
So
Area
by the way,
one.
I do have to compliment you about being very specific with your requests.
Okay, thank
This
you.
is a breath of fresh air compared to some, your other presentation. I just wanted to point that out.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. We're trying to be pragmatic.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, so the other area where we have concerns is Area 1 as it sits right now. As you know, it's kind of a shock, candidly, to those of us who've lived in Saddlebrook, who have, the peaceful environment we do. We had reasonable investment-backed expectations. We know things change, but that was not allowed or contemplated up there. That up the Area 1 area, as it was previously zoned, didn't permit this. Okay, and so this is new, and we're talking about 465 apartments, 35 townhomes. The scope of the parking, as some of you brought up, I believe it's like 900 plus parking spots is required. So it isn't really the kind of breathable, green space, walkable kind of model, and it sits in sharp contrast to the spaciousness of Saddlebrook in the community, and also doesn't really seem befitting as your gateway into a 4+ star resort. So we feel that that's something that's important. We brought this up, and there has not been any change in this area. And you brought up also the difference in intensity and density. Area 2 is about 20 acres, and it only has 25,000 square feet of commercial, 120 townhomes. So the residential is 6 per acre. The other one is 15.6 per buildable acre. So that's kind of a big difference, obviously. And remember, we have a whole lot of other development that's already been approved that hasn't been modeled, and I'll let our traffic people speak to that. But there's a lot to consider on what it's going to mean to the roads. And as we heard, with the Vision Road, there's no light. And the light is not directly, I was told directly by the county that the light isn't coming. Jane maybe will speak to that, unless it goes connect to the north, and then they still have to do a study to prove the need, and there's a bunch of lights together. So we're worried that this is gonna flow a whole bunch of traffic into the small Saddlebrook wishbone, which is already unwieldy. Okay, we call it the wishbone, the little exit there. Because the exit, they're gonna have to, if you exit the Area 1, and you go on the Vision Road, if you're going to 54, you're gonna turn right on 54, it's a right only. You gotta cross 3 lanes and do a U-turn at the Saddlebrook light. Or you come out on the Saddlebrook side. So we think this is gonna have a significant impact, a negative impact on traffic and the flow in our area.
So can you go back to that
Absolutely.
slide? Because maybe your traffic expert needs to address this, but I understand your point, but I have to imagine at some point there'd be commercial, that Wiregrass is going to develop a commercial parcel on the other side of that Vision Road and all of those, and I stopped to confirm this, that all the commercial is going to interconnect over to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard, so that even if you didn't want to take the Vision Road down to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard, that you could take interconnecting parking lots over to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard to make a left. Is that, I guess maybe Steve Henry knows the answer to that question, but is all the stuff that's in Wiregrass on the other side of the Vision Road, is it all interconnected to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard? Does anybody know the answer to that question? If they followed our code, it would be, but I don't know if they followed our code.
Steve Henry again. So the answer is that at current, that is the plan. Now, you know, they still don't have all of that planned out, but as they keep developing, it is all interconnected. The last couple developments that we've done along there, the commercial have all been interconnected. So ultimately, I think it will all be interconnected. But there's not a master plan for all that parcel right now. But the intent would be
interrupt. There is a Walmart to the west.
Correct.
And there are other restaurants in that area too. And do you know, I know they're working on that Wiregrass Road to go more in a southerly direction to connect. I don't know the time frame on it, obviously, maybe you do, Steve, but I don't see, I can see this particular project here where you don't have to make a right turn. Now, so you can make a left, go over to, and I don't know the name of that street, towards Walmart and go out and exit that way. That's,
sure. No,
that's what I do. I go out,
right.
I live right there, and I go out that way. So I don't see it. Although I'm not an expert.
Well,
in
my
traffic.
specific question for Steve was, yes, and that was the earlier testimony that by, I think, Barbara, that you could take the Vision Road to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard to get to where Walmart is and take the light. My question for Steve was, if you didn't want to go that circuitous route to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard, could you just go straight through all the interconnecting commercial parcels over to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard?
And right now, they aren't all interconnected because there's still parcels that are missing in there, but ultimately that they will all interconnect.
Brad, can you get up and confirm that those would all interconnect? I want to hear him say that, so he's not going to grant any alt standards.
You raise your right hand.
Brad Tippin, Planning and Development. At this time, the intent is, yes, for all of these to be as interconnected as possible. There may be some situations where, you know, it may be a somewhat circuitous route to get through there because there may be an engineering issue. But the intent is, yes, that those commercial projects will connect through their parking lots, as well as the roadway network around them. So that's the intent.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation. I just wanted to understand what the plan was. Thank you.
I'm not here to talk, I'm here to get answers, so I appreciate it. You're welcome to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we're open to different ideas here. We would obviously, we've discussed the possibility of moving some of the residential density to Area 2. We'd also be open to considering increased commercial for reduced residential potentially. We'd certainly welcome some different product type, like someone talked about. Unfortunately, there's some cost issues. I'm not an engineer, but I mean, just as a layperson, I would prefer less parking, more green space. If that meant, you know, multi-use, mixed use, multi-level with parking underneath, that, you know, but I don't know what's possible or not. I'm not an engineer, okay? So those would be the types of things. The other things is, while all this stuff is happening in influx, if the Vision Road solves all these problems, then maybe we don't have a connection to the Saddlebrook Wishbone. Just right now, the commercial and the residential come into that road in a couple places. If we're so convinced that everything's fine with the Vision Road, let's do that to reduce our traffic impact.
But I guess
okay.
The reason that doesn't make sense to me is, then what if you want to, what if the residents want to use the Vision Road? You're forcing them to go out into 54.
No, the residents have access through the Vision Road at this point here. This is down below, so this just followed the plan downward. So you see, this is inside of Saddlebrook. So if you look at those black lines at the top, sorry, I couldn't get this where you could see everything. So this is just below that on your binding concept plan. This down below where you see, I don't know if this has a pointer thing. Does it have a, I don't, no, it doesn't seem to. Oh, great. Yes. Oh, thank you. Is this a point? Okay, great. Okay. Right down there is, this is the current entrance into Saddlebrook. This is Fox Hunt Drive. Okay? And down through here, this is the little road. Right now we have we call it the service road here. This road exists, by the way. It just doesn't connect with 54. Okay. So right here, this is the way that we would access going out through here. This is the access to the Vision Road right here for the residents. And you could turn right or left. Now, one concern that we have, by the way, with this is by pushing the traffic internal. These are old roads. They have no sidewalks. And this, by the way, if we push things through here, this is a 15-mile-an-hour road. There's speed bumps here. There's stop signs there. There's the crosswalk here. This is the school. This is the school. It's right on the road. And there's no sidewalk. And this is a boarding school where 80+% of the people, well, 100% of the people either live in Saddlebrook or live in the dorms. So obviously there's some things that need to get sorted out here if we're going to push a bunch of traffic in that direction. So, in conclusion, again, we thank you for giving us the opportunity to present. We thank you for giving us the time to work with MAST. We respectfully and sincerely thank MAST, and we look forward to continuing to work together to hopefully work out some of these details, because there are some details that still need to be addressed, in our opinion, to move forward. Okay? And we need your help to do so. We have negotiated quite a bit. We've had a lot of meetings. We are where we are, not out of a lack of effort, but we still need a push to get it to where I think it is a win-win-win for everyone.
Mr. Barbetta, real quick, could you go back a couple slides? I'm just, where's the security gate coming into, if you go one more maybe?
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay.
Where's the existing security gate? Is it all the way down?
Well, it's hard. Right now, it's kind of like up further. And by the way, what happens is when they come into Saddlebrook, there is a turn over here. They don't, the trucks and deliveries don't go through the Saddlebrook gate. That was a misstatement. No, not being, because what they do is they cut across this road here. This is the service road. And by the way, a lot of the deliveries go up here in the sheds and the storage facilities that they have. But when you have to get into the resort, they go here, they go before the security gate, and then follow that service road around. That's what they do right now. Now, what's going to happen, they're relocating the gate, and I guess, the MAST folk can speak to that. I believe, is this the new gate location? Okay, yeah. So it's pushing it back here.
So the only devil's advocate thing I would say there with positive to connecting that future project with the Saddlebrook is then you have some advantages to someone wanting to live in those new units, to be able to connect with Saddlebrook amenities. So if they wanted to come in and play golf, or they wanted to come in and use the resort in some way or shop there.
Well, if they did, they can go down this road here, obviously.
Well, they're saying that's going to be a residents-only entrance.
That's okay. Yeah, we'll talk about the time in a second.
Well, can I ask you one more question about that concept? Because I'm not, what about the townhomes to the east of the Y road? I mean, how are they going to get to the Vision Road if you block it off?
Right.
Well, the way they would get to the Vision Road is the same way we do. Well, first of all, you can go out, they could go out here and turn, because they're on this side of the situation, right? The other thing is, just like us, they could come down if they want and go get at it here. It's a bit of a circuitous route, but that's just the same way.
They wouldn't be able to get past the resident gate, though.
And that...
Is that correct, though? They wouldn't be able to get past this because those are separate. They would not be able to get past that resident gate, correct?
I'm not sure what the plans are.
They said the plan
They've
was
said
to
that
not
that's
have
to be
access.
separate, is my understanding.
Yeah, they wanted it separate from
Right.
Saddlebrook.
So,
Residents.
they could turn here and turn on it here too, so.
Well, we can all come up with 1,000 ideas about
Yeah,
how to
I'm
do
not
it,
trying
and
to, yeah.
I think we have a pretty good understanding of what your concerns are. One of the things I'd just like to remind you that from all the reports that I've had, Saddlebrook needs someone to come in there and put some money into it.
We're in violent agreement on
Otherwise,
that.
you're just going to keep going backwards and keep going backwards. And they can't do it, even Mass Capital. If somebody comes to me and says, well, money's no object, we got plenty of money, I get nervous.
Right.
Because that's never true.
No, I understand.
And the only way they're gonna get money to do this project is if they can put units up there like where the driving range used to be. Everybody has to give and take. Everybody has to be, because you gotta think, and we talked about this earlier, for the greater good of everybody in there. If somebody's gonna come in and try to rescue Saddlebrook, give them something. You know, they've gotta have a carrot too. So it can't all be green space. You know, it can't all be roads to nowhere. It's gotta be a combination of effort. And what I see here is these people seem to be making a monumental effort. And in working with you, and I think all of you are doing a great job too in working with them, and not being just in an adversarial position.
Right.
So, I mean, I think David said it earlier, it's a breath of fresh air to see some people thinking, you know, actually putting some thought into it. I think you've come a long way. I think you're almost there.
Thank you.
And, you know, I think we need to do what we can to push it over the edge, because if you lose out on this investor, who knows when the next one might come along, in this, especially in this market.
Yeah, well, we are realistic and we're thankful, okay? And we just want to do the things to make sure it's a win-win-win, that's all. And we're close.
Yeah, and that's, believe me, that's what we all want, because this is all our home. We may not live in Saddlebrook, but we have a vested interest in everything that we do becoming a success and being something we can point to as something we're proud of, and that's what we want to do here.
Excellent.
So we want to try to work with you, and we'll do whatever we can to support you, and we know what it's going to take to make that happen. So thank you for your comments. We certainly are going to take them into consideration, and you know, starting dates, things like that. That we'll try to get set those things, and you know, amenity renovations, you know, the pool area, all that stuff.
Right.
That's a mess.
Yes.
You know, and it's, as I say, it's going to take money to fix it.
We understand.
And believe me, in my opinion, once you get it done, you're going to be very happy with it, I think. And you're going to have it's going to certainly enhance your investment there. So, David, you had something
Well,
you
I
wanted
just
to
have
add?
one more question. I don't know if it's for you or Jane, but the PowerPoint we just saw, does it represent the views of basically your whole group? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, are we down to these 2 or 3 remaining issues, or are we about to hear from a bunch of other people that have a bunch of other issues? I mean,
I believe that these represent, the coalition is open, as Jane mentioned, to property owners in Saddlebrook. And we also have 2 HOA members, which are the 2 largest resident HOAs, Fairway Village and SPOA. And these are the most important issues that we have. So we're representing and bringing forth the feelings of the groups. We did surveys of people, et cetera. We intend to do one more survey once we get the feedback from the Planning Commission. Before we go to the county commissioners, we intend to do another community-wide survey, not just for the coalition. Right. But based on the surveys we've done, this reflects the priorities. The top concerns were what we've talked about, and we've been quite consistent on what those are.
okay, thank you.
Okay. May I ask, since there was some questions and different things, would it be appropriate for our lawyer, Jane Graham, to get a little more than 53 seconds? Because I was supposed to take
Okay, I'll give you a whole minute.
Yeah. We were supposed to do 8 and 8.
Well, typically, we don't count question time, but I don't know if you've been...
No.
Yeah, I'm not running the clock, but if if the clock was still moving while the questions were happening, that's something that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Of
I'd
course.
like to respectfully request 6 minutes, but I think I can do it probably in 3.
Go ahead. You're certainly
Thank you
welcome,
again.
and I think you've earned it.
Thank you very much. So, just as what my client was saying, we have really appreciated the opportunity to meet with Mass. We've had numerous meetings with Barbara Wilhite, Jordan, and Aaron. We're getting really close, but we're not there yet. And just, is this working? Okay. So there are still inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, and actually just to back up, we say that the application as is, what's actually in front of you, should and could be rejected because it fails to meet a number of the different rezoning criteria. And as you know, you have a great attorney, Mr. Goldstein. As quasi-judicial hearing, you have to look at the criteria in front of you and make sure that it is supported by competent, substantial evidence. And here, I think, based on what my client has said and what you'll hear from others, there are continuing issues as far as the density and compatibility of land use. And
Gene, I don't have your handout. Was this all in your handout?
yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah. But I'm not going to really focus on that so much because I think, as Larry said, we're actually getting close based on all the conversations we've had. There are inconsistencies. One of them goes to the tourism, as Larry was saying, because the first final building inspection, and I'm not going to belabor this point about we think that these conditions 28 and 29 need to be updated to expedite resort renovations. To give kind of a legal reason why we care, if you look at Objective ED 1.7 and 1.72 and 1.73, it's important to have strong tourism in Pasco County. And if you look at Saddlebrook, it's actually the only real resort right now in Pasco County. Aside from, if you search resort Pasco County on Google, you get Saddlebrook, and then you get two resorts which are actually clothing optional. So this is the main real resort that you will see in Saddlebrook. That's why it's so extremely important that this is expedited, because it's a major tourism focus. On top of that, there's a golf tourism convention at Saddlebrook in 2 weeks. And so it just speaks to the fact that Saddlebrook is a landmark. And in your decisions as far as phasing and timing, why it's really important that it needs to be expedited. We do still have issues in Area 1 with density and use, as Larry had already spoken about. If you look at the old Saddlebrook documents from 1979, you'll see that the intent was to develop the core area as the central feature. This is actually departing from that by going out to the periphery. You're creating a mudroom, which is a mixed-use center on the periphery on 54, whereas if you look at the intent of how it was developed, what really should be looked at is how can it be further integrated and expediting the resort renovations to help. Density on development area 1 with 500 residential units, over 500 on 35 acres, that's over 14 units per acre. If you look at the land use districts, I mean, that would be a residential 24, so that's really more than double Res 6, just to put it in perspective. The other thing is that you're approving this as an MPUD. The purpose of MPUD districts is to encourage innovation as far as residential development, more flexible land development, conserve natural resources, protect wooded areas. If you look at this comparison of what it looks like right now on the driving range, it's all green space. You have the driving range. You do have some on the left-hand side of the maintenance sheds, but it's wooded area where the proposed townhomes. And then just compare it, because in the development area 1, there's just so much paved over. And as one of the commissioners stated, there must be a way that more green space can be protected. There's an old document from 1997 from the county that actually says that it was intended that 50% of this area, which was originally for commercial space, would be reserved for landscaping. So it does go to the idea that you want to make sure that you're preserving enough green space, not just for the environment, but to preserve the entrance, the character, all of that. Residential compatibility and transition. You've heard a lot from people already. I'm not going to belabor the point, but the residents are still concerned with this high density that it will have impact, and we do want to continue, we want to encourage you to look at clustering to limit the impacts of residential development and look at what are creative ways to foster superior design. Protection of residential neighborhood, on-site traffic flow. You will hear from some people from the coalition and residents as to on-site traffic flow and some of the concerns. We do have our expert, Drew Rourke, who just got the May 22nd traffic timing and phasing report yesterday, so he has not had a chance to review it. We don't know if your staff has even had a chance to adequately review it. A couple questions that you should keep in mind is, how does the model accurately account for all the traffic from the influx of the newly approved but unbuilt development? Other areas have things like a congestion management system. Pasco County does not. It's something that should be considered. I know I'm out of time. Just to quickly wrap up, in looking at this as well, with the model, Pasco's population has changed. It's really on the up and up. So your decisions as far as density impacts, it's important to think how is it impacting the larger area. Based on all of that, in the most objective way possible, if you were to ask us now, the proposal does not meet the criteria that you need today for rezoning. It's unsupported by competent substantial evidence, and Saddlebrook residents deserve better. But that said, if, as my client has explained, if there can be some concessions and some more specificity as to the conditions on the timing and phasing of resort renovations, as well as some kind of assurances that either density in Area 1 will be reduced or done in such a way that more green space is conserved, then I think that that's something where we will be able to get to a win-win. We're not there yet. Again, we do thank MAST. We have had a lot of good conversations with them, but we're not where we need to be to yet. So, thank you.
Thank you. My only comment back to you is, again, and you said this, we have 3 resorts in Pasco County. I think if you don't get a good financial partner very soon, we're going to have 2. They'll both be clothing optional. And so I think it really is very important that you hang on to this particular investment company. There aren't a lot of them out there in this market. And, I'm in the business, so I know. And I think you've been very fortunate to come across a very good company, very strong company. I think they can make a big difference in your lives and in the growth of Saddlebrook. If you had 5 or 6 people knocking on the door wanting to do all these other things that you want, yeah, it might be different, but I don't think you do. So, just take that into account. That's all I'm saying. Any other comments from up here, questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple of you.
Well, our public hearing is not over, so
Yeah.
just keep that in mind, that we're not doing general comments on the application. We haven't given the rest of the public a chance to see, or Barbara to do rebuttal, so let's.
All right, I just want to know if anybody has any questions for this applicant. Okay? All right.
And on that
Yes, sir.
procedural issue, Denise, do we have people on WebEx for this one?
There are folks on WebEx, and I do want to mention that there is one gentleman specifically who would like to, if he could, go now, if that's possible. And
Okay,
it's
well,
Mr. Sullivan.
Let me just ask, is there anyone else in the audience that needs to speak?
We do have some folks signed up. We do have Keith or Swope, Nancy Foster, Alan Thornburg, I believe that's us, and Andrew Pines.
Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and take the person on WebEx then.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, if you would please state your name and address for the record and whether you have been sworn.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm W. Michael Sullivan. I swore along with everyone else during the video swearing. I live at my own unit 659 in Sackville. My permanent residence is 35 Cliff Drive, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I just wanted to make a couple of points, the first of which is follow up on an email I received Tuesday while I was traveling from the chair, asking me to the best of my ability to print the survey by hand that draw all units owned by Mass from the survey responses that I presented to you at your last meeting. Survey guaranteed wall participants as being without name or upper on it are identified. What I did in order to attempt to comply with the chair's request, I went into the database, which is...
Mr. Sullivan, can you give me just a second? The chair that he's speaking of is Chairman Mariano.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask.
Yes, for clarification.
This was not Chairman Gray.
Not Chairman Gray.
That wasn't sounding very right. I didn't recall that.
Yes. Chairman Mariano requested, and I'm looking hard at this little video screen, but had eye surgery and only have one eye that's working right now. So bear with me. I didn't mean to suggest a comment there. And so what I did is there was one respondent who responded 50 times from the same IP address. I went through those 50 responses, and if Sonia is able to share with you, I can tell you that in question 5, which was the one about if the board was able to get the conservation agreement that the forever allowed the developer to plant 27 holes to be hectares open space developed, which is supported. The original response was 89.7% said yes. Under the new test, 89% said yes.
Mr. Sullivan, can I stop you for a second?
We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, because we're not seeing whatever you're describing, we're not seeing.
Well, Sonia just had it up there for a moment.
Yeah, we're having technical difficulties, so if you please bear with us.
I'm attempting to be as helpful as I can in your deliberations and your knowledge.
You don't have a paper copy of this that you can email to us?
I did send that to Sonia, so you can certainly, and I would request you accept that as written testimony.
Well, we can receive and file if we have a paper copy of whatever, or a digital copy of whatever you're trying to present to us, but I don't know if we have it.
I had sent that to Sonia, and she had just begun trying to get it on the screen for me. So it has been submitted electronically, sir.
Sonia, you're trying to pull it up now? Okay.
In order to not waste your time, and I appreciate you teeing me up quickly, because I'm supposed to be with the governor of the state of Rhode Island in 33 minutes, and I had to change and get ready. The outline is, or the bottom line on these, you could move on to the next one. And you can see there was a change from 89% agreement, 89.7 to 89, so no substantive change. Next one, Sonia. A change from 85.56 to 83, a 2% change, so no substantive erosion.
Mr. Sullivan, can I ask you a question? Who came up with these questions that you asked, that you surveyed?
We did these were developed by myself and a professor colleague at the University of Rhode Island, and used by the tool Survey Monkey, sent to every email address of the largest association, which is the Southbrook Resort Company Association.
Okay, so it was primarily, you were the drafter of these questions then? Primarily you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. So again, this one is 85.5 with 83. Next one, please, on your question 7. This deals with the irrigation system that went from 91 to 89. Next one, please, Sonia.
Mr. Sullivan, really quickly as well. I'm seeing approximately 280 people answered these questions. What percentage of that is that of the people that were surveyed?
If you look at 280 responses, but we have over 50 individuals who own multiple units. Take math, take from the total math.
So my question was, how many people were surveyed in total?
It was sent to 430 email addresses.
Okay. Thank you.
But I think what he's saying, and what I thought I heard, these are the investor-owned hotel units. These are not residents of Saddlebrook.
Right.
I just want to make sure we're clear on who he surveyed.
Yeah. And I wanted to see how many of those people responded versus how many it was sent to.
There's also almost 200 owners in what's called the Lakeside Village, which is part of the Saddlebrook Resort Condominium Association. And so it is, as I said, the largest of all associations, all a significant investment. Go ahead, Sonia, please. But my point is, taking out the 50 common IP addresses, there's no substantive erosion in the support of the agreement that we negotiated with. And I think that was Mr. Mariano's suggestion that it would somehow alter substantively the outcome. Sonia, if you would go back to the first part of what I sent you, I would appreciate it immensely. Drop down a little bit. Okay, it didn't get through, but I will tell you, members of the board, if you look at current revenues, this second quarter of this year is over $1.2 million. A year ago, it was $894,000 the same quarter. 2 years ago, in the last quarter of the density ownership, it was $328,000. So in a little more than a year and a half, or a little less than a year and a half of ownership, NAST has returned revenues to anything that we, beyond anything we've seen in 10 years as investors in the condos and the association. So I can say with great confidence, any suggestion that owners within the walking village, owners within the majority of owners within walking village, majority of owners within the lakeside are in support of NAS's plan because they're producing revenue results. And as one member of the board, I couldn't tell who was speaking, said, this is a real investor that needs to help us. And I would suggest that our investors truly understand the economies of scale, and the vast majority of people are going to renovate when NAS gives us the chance to join in with them or acquiring that scale. Other than that, I'd say thank you for your time, your patience, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but that's my life at this point. I'd have to respond to any questions.
So Mr. Sullivan, is it accurate to say that you support MAS's plans?
It is very accurate to say I support as they have been submitted and as they continue to be perfected.
Okay, thank you.
And my board voted unanimously to support that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Appreciate your effort.
So was that a yes?
I appreciate
Yeah, he said yes.
Okay. All right. Who would be next? Denise?
That's the only one that I suggested that you please take on WebEx. If you want to continue on WebEx, we can do that. Or if you'd like to hear
No,
from the
I'd
folks that
prefer
are in
to-
the audience.
Prefer to hear from the people that drove here, took their time out to be here. So who would like to come up? Did anybody sign up?
The person that signed up is Keith. I'm sorry if that's not what it says, Swope.
Close enough, huh? Can I have your name and address, please?
Yes, I'm Keith Swope. I live at 5066 Fox Hunt Drive, and I've been sworn. My wife and I originally bought the property in Saddlebrook, 1980-81. We built our house there in 1985. Hear me? We built our house there in 1985. We bought our lot at Saddlebrook. It was a very small, very quiet neighborhood with 18 holes of golf. During the purchase, we were told about the negotiations with someone buying and possibly put a resort in. I was a little worried about the traffic and the problems. I was told not to worry. Residents own the road. We own halfway the road. And there is a construction road that's there, not far from my house. I was told that would be Saddlebrook Road for all the condos would be using that road, and they would not be using our road at all. It never happened. And it changed our lives, and not for the better. One of the important things about living in Saddlebrook is peaceful, quiet lifestyle. As soon as you drive to the front gate, you separate yourself from the freeway that's now probably 54. It looks like we're going to get another change now, and it's not for the better. You've been shown the traffic problems at the front gate, and that's the problems when the resort is empty. We've been there when the resort was full, and they have something going on. And the traffic is so bad, you can't get off of Highway 54 into the resort. It backs up on 54. And then when it's over, you can't get out on the 54, and it may be an hour to back up beyond there. We live in a house at the end of the residential property. We are the last house on the golf course before Saddlebrook starts. So we're way back in the back. It's been backed up at times where I could not get to my driveway, and I couldn't get out of my driveway. So when the Saddlebrook Resort is full and they have something going, traffic is not good already. In 40 years, we've gone from a quiet little neighborhood with zero traffic to a resort to moderate traffic, whether they want it or not. And now we're rezoning, and that's not what we bought our house and moved in there for. I know there are people in condos that need to get out, need something done, but they're investment people. They don't live there. They're not part of it. They don't understand it. So my question is, do we think what we're doing now is a good long-term solution? Do we really think that putting a 4-story apartment complex in the front door with nothing but parking places? You ask why there's so much parking places? Because you got 4 stories. You've had to have so many spaces. There's no way to do that. If you could back it down, we could probably live for it. They were talking about you couldn't put them on the east property because there was an access road on our property. But the access road's not going to be used. It's going to be used for commercial. All those people are going to be running in our light and our stuff.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next. Who's
Next person is Nancy Foster.
Okay, Ms. Foster, do we have your name and
Hi,
address?
Nancy Foster, 5485 Saddlebrook Way.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been a resident of Pasco and work in Pasco since '83. So I'm committed to this county. I live in Saddlebrook. I live in the very first house. So let me show you where I live. This is where I live. This is where the gate is, and this is where they're moving the gate. My concern is that I am so close that it will also change what I hear and what I see. So let me see if I get this. There we go. So I am on Ainsworth, which will no longer be there when they develop this. They'll take away this road that's connecting. That's 290 feet away. And this is what my view will be. On the left, that's my view now. Quiet, serene. And then now I'm going to have apartment dwellings and everyone coming in and out of Saddlebrook. That's their last and their first vision as they come in. This is where the gate will be. It'll be at the curve coming in, which is very near the road that I show you they will be taking out. So that means as people come in, you have people waiting to get out or people waiting to get in. It's probably going to be some more congestion. In fact, I have a video from December when there was something at Saddlebrook, and the congestion went all the way from the gate, all the way up, as Keith said, to his house. And I have actual video of that, bumper to bumper. Okay, what are the benefits of living next door to the golf range now? Obviously, the serene entrance you've heard about, manageable traffic flow, can only hear the ping of the golf ball, which I love. Listening to the sounds of nature, limited lit areas at night, just very quiet, comforting, especially in this busy society we live in. Let's see if that's not going to come up there. What will change when the golf range up front is gone? Well, obviously a busy entrance. We know that Mask is now having another entrance, but we still have the condos that they want to build on the left side coming in, so that's more traffic. You can only hear traffic noise. I'm worried about the delivery trucks. I do hear some coming on our main road, which are not supposed to use coming in. They're supposed to go over Ainsworth. The bumping and the noise of trucks coming in. Noise from residents and visitors in that new area where they're building. We can't hear the sound of nature outside as much. It's going to be very well lit, obviously, so that's gone. No more quiet evenings. Restaurants are going to be open probably midnight to 1. We're going to hear, obviously, noises. I noticed you mentioned about the buffer. I think it's great coming in Saddlebrook. We need a buffer. After all, you know, I live close to it. Let me see if I can get back. It's not going to go back to my, there we go. I notice when you get back here and you see where I live, it changes a lot for me being this close. Do we really need that many apartments? Is there a way it can be designed so it's more compatible with the resort? So that this is like a whole different way of, different from the resort itself. It's busy, it's congested. Is there a way to make it so that it's more compatible and agreeable when you come in with more green spaces and so that it flows better? I see it sort of like here is like this, all this commercial area, and then all of a sudden you're in the serene area. Is there a possibility, is this the only answer to that particular property? Thank you.
Okay,
Just
thank you
wanted to
very
ask you one question. It does look like that the master plan is different now.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there is more buffering. It looks like on the current master plan that they're showing there's a lake, a pond there, there's
Yep.
all kinds of landscape buffering.
Yeah,
The
right here.
Buildings have been, that building is gone now. Actually, two of the buildings,
Yeah.
I think, are gone. So I just wanted to point that out there. It
I agree
sounds
with
like
you.
they are listening to you.
Yes, they are. It just seems this was the only thing presented to us.
Okay.
And
Sure.
I feel that it would help if, you know, like, in working to kind of come to a decision of, is there a way we don't have to have it as congested, we get a little more green, so it's more compatible to the neighborhood, would be nice. After all, you know, it's a legend worldwide, and people visiting, I'd like them to enjoy that property as much as they have enjoyed it as a driving range. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next person is Alan Thunberg.
My name is Alan Thunberg. I live at 5132 Pine Lake Road in Wesley Chapel. Barbara and I have lived there since 2002. Our community depends on a healthy and profitable Saddlebrook resort. We are counting on Mast to return the resort to profitability. Most Saddlebrook residents recognize the importance of the commitments that Mast has made to preserve the golf courses for the long term, both as golf and open space, to keep golf and racket sports as centerpieces of our community, and to continue to provide a home for the academies that train our young athletes. Mass proposal is not perfect. We agree with the coalition that the density plan for Area 1 is excessive. We note, however, that MAST has agreed to develop Vision Road H, and we know that they are working with the residents to reduce the problems associated with Area 1. We are confident that they will continue discussions to reduce density and ameliorate the traffic problems. We agree with Chairman Gray that the biggest risk facing our community at this point is that this application would not be approved and that MAST would decide to take its money and go elsewhere. We have done our own risk-benefit analyses, and we conclude that you should approve this application. We are confident that MAST will continue to work with Saddlebrook residents and with Pasco Planning and Development to resolve the problems that still remain. We are pleased to see that the position of the Save Saddlebrook Coalition has evolved. We are close to what I believe should be an easy agreement. It should be far easier to bring these two groups together than to merge two professional golf tours. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Andrew Pines is the next person, and he's been granted 5 minutes. That's fine.
Let's bring up the PowerPoint.
You'd state your name and address, Mr. Pines.
We wait for the PowerPoint, please.
We just need to make sure we get it on the recording, that's all.
Just as long as you'll start your time. Andrew Pines, I live at 5249 Saddlebrook Way. And I've been sworn in. Thank you for this opportunity to come speak to you. I have kind of two different areas I'd like to talk on. One just real briefly on the traffic problems, and then also frustration as a resident, condo owner, member, HOA board member, and someone who's been involved with the discussions, negotiations with MAST. I've been very involved. I've only been in this county for a year, but it's been a fun year. Again, this came to me. It shows that there's tons of new development already underway. From what my understanding is, the 54 from the reports that have come out, there's already concern of it failing. That the new development, which there's 7,000 new units just in and around the Wesley Chapel area, with 24 different multifamily complexes. 8 of them are right in our little corridor that take advantage of the 54 with 2,300 units, and that was not factored into the report and the concern of the failing 54. This is before the 500 additional units that they're proposing in this plan, much less additional success from the resort traffic that my other folks have talked about. I'm going to try not to repeat too much here, but again, this is my experience today. I don't feel adding another lane is really going to solve the problem because we're talking about doubling the number of residents that's in Saddlebrook. The number of units that they're proposing is more than all of the residents combined today, plus all of the commercial traffic. It's just going to continue to be a problem. One additional lane I don't think is going to solve this in the 54. My trick now is I have to turn right and then do a U-turn just because I miss the light all the time here. Again, I'm not going to, I think there's definitely safety and usability issues that are of concern. This is the stuff that's happening until they really build the Vision Road and reroute everything. This is coming right into our community. I think there's going to be tons of problems as they move forward. So there's internal breakdowns and turning right here. This is an old map, but the bottom line is bringing here and turning right before they put in a light and keep going is going to create all kinds of additional congestion, all kinds of problems, and ultimately anybody that knows is ultimately going to come use the wishbone so they can turn left and go towards the 75, which is where most people are going to go. I don't want to keep talking too much about this. I created a video, it's not going to play here just to show you. But at the end of the day, there's all kinds of problems, and I'm not going to do it. I want to switch over to my frustration as a resident. After being involved with discussions for them for quite some time, it's disappointing that after months of speaking with MAST in good faith about the density concerns, and after Commissioner Waitman and the others, my understanding was on the record that they insisted that we discuss the density and work on lowering the density and create a win-win around that. That MAST hasn't removed one door from their plan, and they're still adding these 465 garden apartments, the current open space, plus the 35 townhomes that are right in the forested area, which is most visible in and out. It's going to change the face of Saddlebrook, having all these townhomes right there in the front. Since last summer, and most recently as this last April, MAST has broken their commitment on at least 3 different occasions to provide us condo owners with a finished renovated condo to look at with upgrade and financing costs, projected returns on investment, commencement dates, as well as details to their level of commitment to upgrade the resort. They can't just expect us to upgrade the rooms without a commitment on what they're going to do to the resort. I don't feel the lobby and the restaurant is sufficient enough in the resort, given the level of commitment that us condo owners are looking to do. Also, Michael Sullivan created, I feel, a very biased opinion and asked us to vote on something again without these details that are presented to us as condo owners. I think we deserve that. They want to wait until after they get approval. And unfortunately, if they're if MAST is successful continuing to delay providing the condo owners the cost upgrade till after they get approval with the new development, they're in a position where they'll be able to charge whatever they want for the upgrades and financing, and the condo owners won't have any protection from the county. Meanwhile, we're being held hostage without a way for us to protect our investments. MAST significantly benefits from the delays as owners who give up on the wait and are turning in their units to MAST for pennies on the dollar, as MAST has the first right of refusal. The longer they wait and the worse the resort gets, the more units MAST gets to acquire for nothing. If I can have one last point. The delays in the renovation will likely lead to lower property values for the condo owners and possibly for the homeowners. The resort desperately needs updating, and the current linkage they proposed allows them too much room to continue to stall out any investment they make in the resort until they're far along with the new development in areas 1 and 2. The condo owners and resort members deserve to stop bleeding money and deserve to be able to get a positive return on investment. I'm begging you, please, we need your support to provide more assurances and stronger linkages. Waiting to 351, I'd like to see it as before they get approval on their first one to have the resort updated, because like you said, we are desperate for improvements. We need that investment, and I request your help to get us that final way before they get to continue to move forward for special approval, for new zoning, and to have extremely dense, residents in the front of Saddlebrook. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's the last person that I have signed up to speak who's physically here. I do have, and you can call to see if there's anyone else, but I do have Mr. Patrick Hogan who's on WebEx.
Okay.
And that would be the last person I have on WebEx for
Did
the
you say
item.
there was one more here that wants to speak or no?
No.
That was the last one.
That was the last person.
Okay,
So
so
you
we
may
have
want
one
to
on
call to
WebEx.
see if someone just got here late and didn't sign or has decided now that they want to speak.
Okay. Is there anyone here that wants to speak that didn't get the chance? See no one.
Okay, so then we'll ask Mr. Patrick Hogan, please state your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn.
So it's Patrick Hogan speaking, and my address 30304 Laurelwood Lane. Unfortunately, I haven't been sworn. I missed that portion of the meeting as I logged in a few minutes later. I missed that.
Okay, well, we're going to swear you in right now then. You raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. If we could get we had to, oh, here we are here. Okay. What I want to talk to you about today is the impact of the redesign of the golf course on Fairway Village in particular. I'm a board member of the Fairway Association in Fairway Village, and I'm also the board representative to the Save Saddlebrook Coalition. This map, similar to this, was put up earlier by the people at Mast, and what I wanted to do was to go through quickly what the impact was. So I'll do that quickly just on the flow. If you look at the map, you'll see that hole 1 down in the lower left-hand corner. That's similar to the existing layout for Saddlebrook. So you play hole 1 and 2. At that point, in order to get to hole 3 after you've played hole 2, you have to go out onto Fairway Drive and drive for approximately 90 seconds down to where you see hole 3 over in the middle of your screen there. So that's on a road that's already that's the only in and out road for Fairway Village. So on that road, in addition to what you have with golf carts, you've got a lot of other people that are using it, which I'll go through here. So once you get down there, once you're done playing hole 3, you have to get back out onto Fairway Drive again and drive down to hole 4, which is the existing hole 10. You can see hole 4, but where it comes down to intersect with Fairway Drive, that's where you have to get on it again. So again, you're engaging with existing traffic that is in the Fairway Village. The current, by way of explanation, the current layout, you cross only Fairway Drive and other roads only 3 times. In this existing one, you have to cross it, and you also have to drive down the corridor. After you're done playing hole 4, you go around the loop. You play hole 5, hole 6, hole 7. Then you are able to get back on a cart path to get back to the start of hole 8, and that's where you'll start just to the right of where the cursor is. But once you play hole 8, in order to get back to hole 9, you got to get back onto Fairway Drive again. You could go up a couple of slides. I'd like to show you what that. I've got this one more slide, please, and you'll see what happens. There should be one more. Here we are. So you can see hole 2 on the left there, and I used a red arrow. So where you jump onto Fairway Drive, you go down there. That's a 90-second drive. You get off at the red arrow. You play hole 3. Then you get up, and then you have to go again, and you go further east, and you get on to hole 4. You have to get off again. You go around, make that loop, come back. Now we have the green arrows coming. So you have to get back on Fairway Drive to get back at the start of hole 8, and then you get. Then once you're done hole 8, you go back to 9. That's only in one of the 9s. In one of the other 9s, that's depicted by the purple arrows there. You start in a different location, but if you see hole 22 in the center of the screen, you have to go across Fairway Drive again, and that's at the same intersection where there's a side street, there's traffic coming off hole 8, there's traffic coming in from Fairway Drive, and that is all happening in one area. To give you an idea of the impact, that could be as many as anywhere from 30 to 90 golf carts per hour, which is a huge amount of traffic, because you have to remember that the roads are also used by walkers and joggers and walkers with strollers, dog walkers, vehicle traffic, golf course maintenance, and others. So it's the only road in and out of our subdivision of our Fairway Village. So in conclusion to all this, I'd just like to point out the layout, and with all due respect to the designer, the layout isn't really, will have a serious impact on the residents of Fairway Village. And I think it's fairly convincing evidence that it's really, that there's a safety issue here with walkers and golf carts and everybody using a single road there, that the proposed layout for the golf course is an unsafe situation. So we just say that because this is an impact on the internal traffic pattern for Fairway Village once the development starts and is in use up in Area 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Hogan, would you propose that a construction of a cart path parallel to the road, would that alleviate some of those issues?
I would say yes, it would, because right now Fairway Drive is only a 2-lane road. I don't know whether most of you know that or not, and there's no sidewalks. So yes, that's in my view, that's probably the only alternative. And really, any intersection with Fairway Drive should be a crossover, not a get on and drive the way what they're proposing here.
Patrick, just real quick, I mean, I think this is just a draft routing plan. I mean, aren't those details that are going to be worked out as they finalize the routing? I mean, I could sit here and I could put numbers on the holes where you got 18 holes where all you got to do is drive across the street.
Okay.
I mean, I think the numbers on here are arbitrary at this point. It's the only point I'm trying to make.
I hope they are, sir.
But I just pointed out because we did ask for, we have sent a letter to Mast in this regard. And we've got, with all due respect to them, they've said they've received the letter, and that's all we've done since up until this point. It's the only contact we've been able to get.
Okay.
Once the applicant comes back up, we'll get a response for you on that.
Great, thank you.
The other thing I'd like to point out is not approving a golf course design.
That's right.
Exactly. Right.
You're approving, the only thing you're approving as it relates to the golf course is the commitment basically that's in note 2 on the binding concept plan, which deals with the permitted uses that are allowed in the golf course area. You're not approving any specific design. I understand the applicant has put up this design, but it's not, this is not something you're approving. I just want to be clear about that.
Okay, good information. All right, was there anyone else? Denise?
That's all we've got.
Okay. All right, Barbara.
I'm going to have Steve Henry talk traffic with you, and then we'll go on from there.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry. Address a couple of the traffic questions. One is addressing the background traffic that was used in the analysis, I guess is what they're questioning. So what we did, your code is very specific on how to address background traffic that's used in these studies. It's based on looking at the historical growth rate within a 3-year period, and then if that's less than 2%, using 2%. On 54, so we use 2%. The historical growth rate is about 1.6%. So we use 2%. On 54, when you look at that, that equates to quite a bit of traffic. In fact, when you look at the segment from 581 to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard, we're adding over 1,000 trips during the PM peak hour of additional background traffic growth over the time period in this analysis.
Steve,
so we have taken that into consideration.
You say 2%, is that 2% annually?
2% annually, yes, correct.
Okay, so it's every year you're adding 2%?
Correct, yes,
okay.
correct.
And will you specify for the audience what you mean by background traffic?
So background traffic is what we do is and also as a side, we didn't even need to update the analysis, but we did 2 reasons. One was we redid the counts based on the overpass interchange opening up. So we got realistic counts on 581, 54. But then as far as what background traffic is that is taking existing counts that we did, and then you grow those up to the build-out year to account for other developments that are in the area. We don't necessarily add each specific development, but what we do is we take the historical growth rate, we add that per year, and that then gives us an annual growth rate that we use to grow up the existing traffic to come up with what that future traffic will be.
Okay, and you said that was how many PM peak hour trips?
It was over 1,000.
And if I had to translate that back to new units built in the area, roughly how many would that be?
That would be roughly 1,000 single family, roughly probably 2,000, close to 2,000 townhome, multifamily type uses.
You showed a slide, it was like 7,000.
But that's
that's
per year.
in the entire area. That's not all accessing 54.
But Steve, the numbers you were quoting, is that per year?
No, that was the total.
Oh, but that's the total for a background. Okay, okay.
What build-out year were you using?
2035.
Okay.
But in addition to that, what this project is doing is, one, building the Vision Road. So, you know, the Wiregrass has the obligation in their development degree to build it from 581 to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard. There is no obligation for them to build it from Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard to 54. So there's nobody online or obligated to build this. So this project is going to build a segment of roadway that, you know, the reality is maybe many, many years before that ever gets built. So that helps with a parallel facility to 54 that likely would not get built for many years if this project weren't to do it. And then in addition to that, we are adding the additional lane at the intersection of Saddlebrook Way and 54, which will help the traffic. The reality is it will help the traffic. We're adding, it'll make it a dual northbound left turn lane and a separate right turn lane. So from that standpoint, from what we're looking at is overall, with the roadway improvements, intersection improvements this project is doing, it is a betterment to the overall transportation system than what is out there today, or what will be out there if this project weren't to build.
Okay, any other questions?
So, Safe Saddlebrook, I guess they, it looks like from the packet that we received from them that they had spoken with their own traffic analysis person, Drew Rourke, with Alex Rourke Engineering. And they just brought up a couple of issues. One, they were saying that it doesn't take into account the traffic impacts of the multifamily in Area B that's being proposed. That's what they said, is that correct?
No, this analysis takes into consideration the entire development that we're proposing in both areas. In addition to that, what we also did is, when we did the counts, the resort units were only about 30% occupied. So we then added the additional traffic, assuming that those were 100% occupied in the background traffic. So we also added that into it, which isn't a requirement, but we added that in.
Okay.
But when you're looking at the level of service on the roadway, you're accounting for the reduction allowed by the code for mutter.
Well, no, there is no reduction in traffic.
Well, it's a, I'll just say an allowable increase of traffic on the available roadway.
It accounts for the VC ratio to go from, the volume of capacity ratio to go from 1 to 1.2. Correct, yes.
So that presumes we all buy that there'll be approximately 20% less trips generated because people will walk and bike.
Well, no, again, but from when we do the analysis, we don't reduce the traffic.
I understand that. What I'm saying is the reason that the code allows for the V to C ratio to exceed 1 and be 1.2 is the presumption is that there will be enough people that walk and bike between the proposed apartment units and the commercial that impact to the roadway won't matter too much.
Well, and it's also a encouragement to do more the live, work, multi-use type projects. So it's an incentive to do that type of development. But yes.
There's incentive, but is it reality?
I think there is a percentage of internal capture that will happen with that,
well,
yes.
I believe there will be too. I'm not sure it's equivalent to 20% of the roadway capacity, but.
Yeah, and that was, and the reality when you look at it, the intersection other than 581 and 54, all of them operate with a VC ratio of less than 1, and the roadway segments operate with a VC ratio less than 1. The only one that doesn't is 581 and 54. And the reality is, the improvements that we're doing, one is this bypass road that will help that situation. But in addition to that, right now, Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard doesn't go south. So once that opens up, that will help disperse some of that traffic that's now the only way to get to the interstate is to go up 581. This will help disperse some of that traffic. So when those two things happen, it's going to help the overall transportation system in the area.
Anything else for Steve? Thank you, Steve.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Barbara?
Thank you again for all of your time and patience. I hear about mass investment, and so I want to take those 3 conditions and actually just break them down, because we just look at them like they aren't anything. They're just words. Oops, let me go the other way. But I just want to talk about them for a minute. So think about it, what 27 says. It says you have to do a new golf course driving range, and that goes with the new golf school facility, upfront investment. Then before you can do anything in Area 1, you have to complete renovation of 18 holes. That's in the $6 to $10 million range before we do anything in Area 1. Wait a minute, there's one more thing you have to do before you can do anything in Area 1. You got to build the Vision Road, at least another $3 million. So we're talking about $10 million before we can do anything in Area 1. So to hear the commentary that we're not doing anything for tourism, we're violating the comp plan regarding tourism, they're protecting the golf course areas forever. If that's not meeting the tourism goal in your comprehensive plan, I don't know how we'll ever meet it, because that is a substantial amount of investment. Their investment is going to drive the other investment. So I just wanted to break that down and kind of think about what that means. Regarding the 351, that doesn't even equal out to a percentage. If you did 300, it would be 60%, so at least it correlates to a percentage of the development of the residential units. So we can do, make that 300. When I sit and listen to my team, I've spent a gazillion hours with these guys and with the coalition group. Timing this stuff out is tricky. And the worst thing I want to do is screw it up, because then we'll have no investment if we screw up the timing. When you're $10 million in before you can do anything in Area 1, it's not like they're not going to complete it. But if I agree to something that screws up this timing so they can't start because they can't get their development program in order and their investment in order, we will have done a disservice. So I'm comfortable changing it to 300 because that is 60%, and because I don't know what the math is for 351. But I'm very uncomfortable with continuing to take the assumption that they're not investing and they're not committed, and then continuing to ratchet this down to the extent that they won't invest, they can't invest. So I want us to be careful about that. And I know Jordan's going to talk about this a little bit more, but this is just my perspective of meeting with this team and sitting in the conference room at Saddlebrook and listening and listening and listening and listening. It's tricky to renovate a resort while you keep it open. And so there's timing issues of doing that. And I believe that they're not going to do all those things and spend that $10 million up front and start commencing and they're not finished. But we have a condition that says what you have to finish, and we have a linkage between development and Area 1. That's what we were asked to do. We were asked to do a linkage to make sure that development Area 1 could get ahead, and they would just actually, what was said was they're just going to do development Area 1 and 2 and not do anything else. So we created that linkage, but then to try to ratchet down that linkage to the extent that we screw it up, I just don't want to do that to them, because it will be a failure in my view.
Barbara, can you, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for the record, I agree with you that that linkage is great, and that definitely shows they're putting their money where their mouth is. Do you think it's possible to, for those 351 units or 300 units, as you're saying, you think it would be possible to put a target date on that?
It is very tricky to renovate a resort. When you're talking about completion of resort renovations that you have to time, you're talking.
Well, I'm talking about the development of Area 1, the construction of those 351 residential units in Area 1. So that's what one of the residents had expressed concern over, is that that could last years and years, and they would like to at least see some idea for a target date. So I was wondering if it's possible to put a target date on that.
Well, what I can't say, I don't feel comfortable doing anything just here, because it's a lot of programming, and they've got to go through and do that. So,
I'm not asking you to do it now, I'm just
Yeah,
asking
we'll
if
be
it's
careful.
possible to come up with a target date.
I don't know. I don't know.
It would seem to me that it would be in the interest of the developer to move that along as quickly as possible, because he can't even
Correct.
get a building inspection on his 300 units until he gets that stuff done, until he gets all the renovation done. So
And they have.
for him to drag his feet it wouldn't make any sense to
It's
me.
the building inspection of the 351st unit. It's not
Well, we're talking
the
about, she's talking
Would
about
now be
300.
301 would be the number now.
The one thing I'm going to caution the planning commission about dates, and I fully understand why Saves Saddlebrook would prefer dates, but one thing that you all need to know is that there's a state law that says every time there's a state of emergency declared in the state of Florida, they can extend those dates by the duration of the state of emergency plus 6 months. And so anytime we put a date in any of our approvals, it's effectively meaningless. Because this is not something the county ever did, this is something the state legislature did to us. So we can put a date in there, but I'm just telling you, every time there's a state of emergency, they can extend it.
First hurricane.
We have MPDs that have been extended for 10 years because of all the states of emergency. It could be a state of emergency on the east coast of Florida and our dates still get extended. So the dates end up being, they might feel good to Save Saddlebrook to have a date in there, but again, through no fault of the county, it's very difficult for us to enforce the dates.
Barbara, what's magic about 300?
Well, again, as it was explained, well, 60% of the units, and as you're trying to balance it, you're trying to create a balance and saying, okay, we have to create a number that there's still units left. We're at 500, or the number of units for Area 1. So it's 60% of the units. So you create it so that you can't get past a certain point without finishing these things.
Well, yeah,
So-
I understand that. Why not 100 units?
Because again,
I'm not
if you
suggesting
make,
it should
if
be
you,
100, I'm just saying why
again, if
100
you make
versus
it,
300?
if you make it so that they can't invest because you've got it so strict, then you defeat the purpose of, I mean, in the end of the day, it was a linkage. It was, what it was said was there's development in Area 1 left that they can't get so far until they do the renovation. And so that's what that linkage is. That's what it creates, but.
I'm assuming that way you've developed enough of the resort to generate the revenue to be able to do the renovations on that. Or you've developed enough of those units to be able to.
Vice versa, right.
Right, exactly, vice versa,
Right.
yes.
That's what I meant.
As far as the whole discussion about the third-party resort owner units, that discussion came up last week. It was never raised in any of our coalition meetings, so we're working at that. You saw that I had language that I've actually been talking to Dave Engel about. We actually sent it to him, that I read from. And so we understand the issue. We have a finding of fact regarding it. Like I say, we understand it and we're working on it, and in good faith, and we'll continue to work on that. We believe that the investment that Mass Capital makes will make these folks want to renovate. They are investors, as been stated. It's actually a securities, which is kind of interesting about these. That is a registered security. There aren't homes, there's securities. So they're investors, and their motivation is return on investment. And there's no better way to get them to invest than to make sure Mass investing. And I just went through and told you how we're making sure that Mass investing right there. So we'll work on that. The other thing is, like, the sidewalk in front of the school, I was kind of surprised that was said, because I went through and explained that in condition 31 is a new multi-use path that goes right in front of that school. And that has to be done, there's a timing for that in condition 31. I'm like,
Barbara, that's a private school. I mean, I think people need to know that. It's not a public school.
oh, right, yes,
Yeah.
it's part of the Tennis and Golf Academy facilities. The other thing is I don't want to underestimate, Mr. Swope, what he said about Fox Hunt Drive. When I came to the county in 1996, the first assignment that I had on my desk, was the concern of the residents on Fox Hunt Drive regarding the resort traffic. We had no solution in 1996, but I'm telling you, with this project, we do. That secondary access, so that when you do have resort, we've been at the resort, you know, we've all been to the resort at different times and went to events there. That secondary access, everybody can go out of that access. It doesn't exist today. So it's a pretty major step forward that I wasn't able to solve in 1996 when I first came to the county and sat in the chair there. But this project does do that. So I'm going to let Jordan talk to you. He really knows what he's talking about. I just can tell you my perspectives after working on this so long.
Barbara, is Jordan going to address the issue of, because there was a lot of comments made about Area 1, and I heard two requests. One was to, I think the request was either to decrease the density or make it look greener, you know, add more landscaping.
So, yes.
So I guess I know your position on the density, but I guess I have not heard your position on helping with landscaping.
Well, Mudderham is your code, and we're complying with your code, and it has open space requirement in it, it's got neighborhood park requirement in it, so we're taking your code and saying we're going to comply with that. That is the tool that we use, the county uses to create these places, and we intend to use that code.
I guess the question though is, I think their comment is that there's a certain green feel to when you drive in, and that when you see the sea of parking, and I'll let Brad come up and say how much landscaping is or is not required under Mudderham, but I suspect what they're looking for, if you can't reduce the density, they're probably looking for some more meaningful commitment on landscaping, you know, the look and feel of
well, you
that
can see
entrance.
that. I mean, the concept plan does have quite a bit of green buffering, very intentional buffering put on that binding concept plan. That'll have to be implemented, obviously, at a construction plan at the staff level, but I wouldn't say that what's depicted there is anything but pretty significant. Remember, and the other thing is this is their front door as well, so I'm not sure how to quantify that at this point, but between having Mudderham, which talks about how we design this, a binding concept plan that shows that amount of landscaping, buffering, and the fact that it's our front door as well.
Well, I guess maybe I should ask
What's
Brad.
the parking ratio that's required for the apartments?
So the county code is 2.25 spaces per unit. A lot of people do 1.9 as an alternative standard, but we really don't have a code provision for mixed use, so we have to study that when we do the mixed use product and come up with the right parking ratio. And because you've got shared parking, so that's got to be studied. The county doesn't have a Mudderham parking standard.
Do you know how many spaces are in this concept?
It's got to be 900 or so.
900, yeah.
At 1.9.
I just want to reiterate that we aren't at site plan yet. This is
Okay.
this is
Right,
still
yeah,
concept.
exactly, yeah.
So to answer David's questions regarding landscaping, you know, Mudderham requires a certain amount of ability to get from place to place, which can impact landscaping to some extent, but it does not necessarily require additional landscaping. That could be something they voluntarily agreed to. Again, we couldn't give you details on what that landscaping would be until we're closer to the site plan stage and we know exactly how all these pieces will actually kind of interwork. So it's very early to really kind of get into too much detail on that.
Well, I guess let me ask you and Barbara a question, because if this is the binding concept plan, is what's shown on this plan allowed by Mudderham? In your opinion, Brad?
In my opinion, it likely is. The thing is that, you know, you're not seeing a true depiction of the actual number of trees or number of plants or things like that that are going to show up on an actual landscape plan. You know, you have different tree canopy sizes, different heights, different understory landscaping and shrubbery and all kinds of stuff that puts in there. So, you know, there may be where you see something that looks like one tree here, there may be 100 different landscaping pieces,
I guess I'll just give you one example. So like if you're driving on Saddlebrook Way you know, are the residents gonna have to look at the back of those townhome units without any meaningful landscape buffer? I mean, I can't tell from this plan, like, I don't know if that level of detail gets dealt with the site plan approval, or you're gonna look at this and say, well, you've gotta have at least 10 trees between Saddlebrook Way and the back of the townhomes. I'm trying to figure out how this is gonna work in practice.
Right, so this would be something that the applicant can agree to do something above and beyond if they so choose. Or we would look at the code, or if there's a specific condition applied by, or recommended by this board or this committee to the board for approval, to put some sort of an increase there, we would enforce that as well. Otherwise, we would basically be going by the code.
So you don't view the number, so you don't view the number of trees shown on this plan as being binding in any way, in your opinion?
Correct. I don't know that it's to scale. I don't know that it would show any of that. So, but yes, it's the concept plan in theory shows us what's expected, the intent. Correct.
I'm glad you brought up back of the townhouse units though, which, Barbara, I want to ask a question because there was no variation requested. This has to do with condition 49, that the landscape buffers on the exterior of the MPUD boundary are to be located within easements and can be counted toward the minimum setback requirements. Well, so the rear setback on the townhomes is 10 feet. And my question was, what was the landscape buffer width that's required back there, since we're going to have in the exterior residential against residential?
So I would like to delete condition 49. I did a really bad job writing that, so I'm not even sure what that means, because those are lots, and so we don't put buffers in lots, we put buffers in tracts, so I did a really bad job with that. So I'd like to delete that and put that on the record, and if you make a motion, I'd like to include that. I'd answer your question. The landscape buffers are 15 feet, and the setback, written here, is 10 feet, so it'd be 25 feet.
That's residential to residential, right? But on the.
So they'll be 25 feet from the, my concern is that we have an area, and I'm more concerned about area 2. We're backing up, well, actually in area 1 as well. You're backing up to some nice estate residential in area 1, and you're backing up to AR properties in area 2, and that condition would have implied that there might have only been a 10-foot setback to
Or
those
15.
lots, but 25 seems a bit more reasonable. Okay.
Yes, I will, thank you for pointing out that terribly written condition. And if we need to work on language in between now and the board, our intent is to have enhanced landscaping. And that's what that plan, that's why it has all those trees and planting on it. But if we need to work on something more, we certainly.
So I mean, to go back to my example, if you're driving in Saddlebrook Way, what will you, where those townhomes are on the east side, what will you see? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay. Aaron, that would be you.
Because I see a possibility you're looking into the backyard of people's homes without any meaningful buffer. But I can't tell because I don't know how binding that.
Well, sorry to interrupt you. If we were doing, let's say we were designing a big MPUD, we had a main road in, what would happen is there's generally a wall that separates those main roadways from those development pods. I'm thinking of River Crossing Boulevard being one. There's a wall on each, Jamie's neighborhood, right?
Yeah,
A wall on each side of the street so that the houses are backing up to that wall, not backing up to the street.
Maybe, but I don't know that there's anything in these MP conditions that requires what you just said.
Well, that's why we're talking about it, so that's a good thing.
So I don't, and I'm not hearing that Mudderham necessarily requires a wall there.
It does not.
So, you know, I'm just posing the question because it's the most obvious example of residents potentially looking at.
Yeah, I think both sides of Saddlebrook Way need to be protected, and I think there needs to be some type of condition in there requiring some type of buffer, whatever that may be. And frankly, I don't know that there's a buffer that exists in the county code that
specifies what everybody's looking for.
Would
We
would
can
that be
create
like
one.
one of the right-of-way buffers, Brad, that might be applicable to that?
So in a situation like this, you would look at it compared to the use across the street, but in this particular case, I do want everybody to realize that, I know you mentioned walls and things like that. Walls create their own type of ugliness, so to speak. So it's plants and lush landscaping in the appropriate
Yes.
places tend to be the better option there. Again, if it depends on the scenario and what happens, but if walls are something that you guys want, is it a masonry wall, is it a fence?
I don't want to
fence?
I don't want to leave you with the presumption that I'm intending to make some sort of motion to add a wall. I'm with Jamie in that there needs to be some buffering. I hear this from the Saddlebrook residents, that there's a concern about the entryway and preserving some of the openness of that entryway. I actually think a wall might close that off.
Right, it
But
can also impact trees.
I think
know
what
trees
we're
are-
looking at, or tell me guys if I'm headed the right way, is maybe some kind of minimum setback from Saddlebrook Way to where parking and construction can be, so that there is this sense of openness along the boulevard.
I'm not sure a setback solves the problem, because a setback could be devoid of trees. I mean,
well,
I think it's the idea of there's plenty of space within that site plan to possibly shift it. We lost the site plan. But-
We're gonna bring
okay.
up the binding concept plan because it does call out that there's gonna be 6-foot fences.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I get it, but I'm
I
just
think,
letting you know.
I think what we should do
That's what
is agree to a condition
not the
that
most
says,
magnanimous offer we've heard. Okay.
I think we should agree to a condition that we have to prepare an enhanced landscape detail.
Sure.
A minimum enhanced landscape detail for Saddlebrook Way, work with staff, and just make that a condition, and we'll go do it. And let them review it and see it, and we'll prepare it, and our team will prepare it. Because it can be prepared. We can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are important things. I think they can be worked out. I would hate to deny the application based on the fact that we can't work out these few items.
Yeah, I mean, can we make a motion today to give them conditions that they address certain things before the board meeting?
yes, I don't know that you have to craft the exact.
Okay.
I think you can generally say what you're looking for in terms of conditions without.
Right. Because, I mean, we talked about the timing of the completion of the stuff. There was some stuff that they wanted to consider and discuss internally before they went to the board. This landscape buffer and whatever kind of landscaping. I mean, to me, I think it's keeping as natural looking as possible. And to me, a wall does not do that for Saddlebrook Way.
Yeah,
It's more along the lines of
not
some enhanced landscaping.
proposing the wall, but
Right.
there's some, I think the residents need some solution to make sure that there's a broad corridor
Sure.
for Saddlebrook Way that is lush like they currently have. And I know we saw some pretty renderings, and I don't doubt that they will want to make Saddlebrook Way landscaped in a lush manner. That is the entrance to their resort. I believe that they'll do that. I think we just have to get a little bit more than what's
Right.
there right now.
Yeah, I think that there's a bunch of water examples that's shown on that site plan. I mean, the retention down in that what would that be, the southwest corner, for example? I mean, could that be shifted up? I mean, they're just ideas, and understanding that we're not at site plan, but we have been provided with this, so.
Can we
I think
see an
there's-
aerial of what it is?
It's a big.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that, because I'm looking at an
No,
aerial.
no, I mean, down the road, I understand there's a big driving range there.
Jamie?
I think John, were you guys looking at something?
Oh, I'm sorry. John, were you saying something, looking at something?
I had asked if we could see an aerial photograph
okay.
of what the roadway looked like today. Just so we
what
can
the
get a
roadway,
kind of,
okay.
I was gonna say, I'm looking at it right now on my computer, but it might be an idea just to leave it to the extent possible, because there's a lot of trees there right now. And I think you could leave it and then still develop behind it.
Street view.
So again, let us require us to create the landscape detail and
Right.
have staff approve it.
Yeah,
With us, work with us. And I think on both sides of Saddlebrook Way, that's the way to condition it.
Yeah, Barbara, as far as the renovation of the rental units, whatever they're called, I guess, can you confirm again, I think I remember from last time when we talked about this during the land use hearing, but are all those units all in one pool and they all split the rentals?
I am definitely going to turn this
Okay.
over to Jordan.
Yeah, we're determined to get you back up here.
Before we get to that issue, I have one more question for Barbara.
Okay.
Sorry. Barbara, one thing I noticed on the concept plan is in area 2, you have an LDC variation to not interconnect to the east or west, but if you look at the actual graphic, it looks like you have interconnects to the east and west. So,
Yes, that's quite confusing, huh?
So what is your intent?
Left hand, right hand doesn't know what they're doing.
So either the lawyer doesn't know what they're doing or the planner doesn't know what they're doing.
I'll take responsibility.
Okay.
'Cause I wrote the variations.
Yesterday.
So let me see. So yes, I wrote the variations because they're platted, and so we can fix the concept plan. But I do note that when I was going through this yesterday, because this was pointed out to me, my error of my ways here, we did look at area 2, development area 2, to the east, and there is a dentist office, the 2 lots coming down from 54 on that east side of development area 2, it's a dentist office, they're both owned by a dentist. Dentist office, and then stuff related to his dentist office, whether it's ponds or whatever. So, and then perhaps that connection, or at least the future stub out for that, probably makes sense. So I probably need to vary my variation and just leave that one. The one to the west makes no sense, that's a platted residential lot. So I did do that research of what's adjacent, but I think it makes sense to vary my variation and keep the one to the east, especially because that's, could be a future to a light, right? So I'd like to, on the record here, vary my variation and keep the connection to the east on development area 2.
So you're going to modify your binding plan to not show one to the west anymore?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to change my variation narrative with staff to
It looks to
take
me
out
like,
the one to
thank
the
you for the
east.
street view of that. I mean, it looks to me like if they were to keep 20 or 30 feet to either side of the street lushly landscaped, that would preserve a nice open corridor
Right.
into the entrance without wasting all the land.
Yeah, great.
Right.
And you can't go any further because the Google car won't get it past the gate.
They gotta keep the riffraff out.
Yeah, I think Jordan was going to answer my question.
Oh, Jordan, you want to come up?
So to clarify, you're proposing deleting the connection from the new, to the west there to Saddlebrook Way?
Oh, on Saddlebrook.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, it's on area B, gotcha.
The connection conversation was
Area 2,
a filler conversation while you guys were pulling this stuff out.
gotcha.
I know the answer, but
Thank you all. Appreciate all the time you're taking. So, to your question, so it is structured as a rental pool, which means which is why it's a registered security and investment property, as Barbara's saying. To own in there, you need to be an accredited investor, annual income above $300,000, net worth of $1 million. All of the revenue is shared. So whether your unit's sold, somebody else's unit is sold, that revenue is then in a pool and everybody gets their share of that distribution out of it. Which means our units, if we were to renovate first, everybody would just benefit from any uplift we get from that, right? Because a renovated unit generates more revenue that's ultimately shared amongst everybody.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of where, that's what I thought I remembered. What makes me nervous if I'm on you guys' side is you have no assurance that the private owners are going to renovate their units.
So obviously that's something we spent a lot of time on, right? We've owned these before, we know these. There's been 3 renovations historically at Saddlebrook. The last one was, 2002, 2004 range. Order of magnitude wise, actually, if you take an inflation to today's dollar, it's gonna be about the same size renovation that we're planning to do, and everybody invested. There's a handful of unit owners that ultimately don't renovate, those units get sold, and somebody else does the renovation, but there's been 3 renovations in Saddlebrook's history, and in all of them, the pool has been maintained and people are renovated. And I think the other thing too is, you heard from the president of the board of the Resort Association, and you saw the survey of his constituents.
Right.
Overwhelmingly, the condo hotel unit owners understand the need for renovation here. Frankly, they were pushing for it when Tom Dempsey owned the property. The reason they didn't do it is they also understood if all they did was renovate their units and the common areas didn't get renovated, that didn't make sense. And Tom Dempsey was unwilling to commit to renovate the common areas. And we've committed to the owners in our meetings that ultimately what we send them to ask them to renovate their units will include a condition that binds us to renovate ours. Because it's unreasonable for us to say, hey, by the way, sign up and renovate, but we're not going to commit to renovate our part, so you might be left hanging. We're not going to allow that to happen.
Is the plan to, I know you've probably provided a concept of the renovation already to the owners, so I know one person asked about a model, so is there a plan to construct one of those fairly soon?
So as of today, there's actually furniture starting to arrive on property for those model rooms. You know, we've provided initial estimates. Actually, anybody during our ownership who's bought a condo hotel unit has been, you have to sign a disclosure to say you're an accredited investor. In that, we've included an estimated $60,000 renovation in there. I think only 16 units have sold in our ownership period, and values have doubled. So the idea that we're doing something to depress value of units, buy a bunch of units, you know, harm other people, it is no secret we are losing money hand over fist on this resort. We've also invested $5 million last year. We're planning to invest another $5 million this year. So when Barbara was talking about the size of investment, that wasn't including the $10 million that we're already putting into the resort, tripling revenues as Michael was speaking about. So yes, I mean, we are doing all of those things and making all those commitments. And the model room, we've committed to all the people, the owners in the condo program, that in the second quarter, we will provide the room renovation plans and costs. We're in June, we're still in the second quarter, and that's still the goal we're working towards. We're just finalizing the numbers. It's a lot of property, and every space, every bit of it needs renovation. You know, unfortunately, we did not inherit a property that we could sort of do part of, and part of it's in good condition. It's been way too long since it's seen investment, and it's a lot of property, a lot of square footage, a lot of coordination, and frankly, just a lot of planning, given just the amount of space that we ultimately need to renovate.
And then what finance options are there for the owners to do those renovations?
So we're talking to banks on their behalf. We're working internally in terms of seeing what a financing option we can do. I will tell you, in my history, ultimately, like Innisbrook, for example, they offered a financing option to owners. Nobody took it. You know, in Saddlebrook's past, I think there was a financing option one time. I think 20 to 30% of owners ultimately took the financing option. 70 to 80% ultimately renovated without the financing option. So we're working to do it. We're aligned, right? We want these owners to renovate. We want the resort to maintain its keys. So we're aligned to helping them as best we can and making sure we can come up with a financing option. We don't have that finalized yet. And the financing markets, as you know, I'm sure are not stellar right now.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
So I made a list of at least 6 issues that need to be addressed, whoever's making the motion, but I don't know. Make sure so Barbara, the list I have is, and anybody weigh in if I miss something.
Okay.
That we need to add a condition to deal with the renovation plan for the investor-owned units. We need to reduce the number of units in condition number 29 from 351 to 301. Did I get that condition number right?
That's correct.
Modify the LDC variation for area 2, the eastern side, basically eliminate that variation for the eastern connection because you are going to provide an interconnect. Modify the concept plan for area 2 so that you don't show an interconnect to the west anymore, consistent with your LDC variation. Add a vertical mixed-use commitment to the area 1 concept plan and or in the conditions. I'm not sure where you're going to add that, but there's got to be some vertical mixed-use commitment added. And then adding an enhanced landscaping plan condition along Saddlebrook Way. Did I miss anything?
David, I had her deleting
condition
49, yeah.
Deleting condition 49.
49.
I had a list too. Yes, we're agreeable to all of
But
those.
did I miss, first of all, did I miss anything?
That was the only thing I saw.
I'll miss them all.
Barbara, you said you had a list.
I'll make the,
Mr. Chair,
One second.
I do have one housekeeping item, and I apologize. There are some ex parte communications. We have one from John Moody and one from two from Peter Hansel. I believe that those have been submitted to the clerk's office. The clerk just reminded me to state that for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just for disclosure, I did meet with Barbara too, so.
Yeah, I did too as well, with
Okay.
Barbara and her team.
Well,
and
I
the
didn't.
next party was
I didn't, I'm
You
really,
did?
you know,
You're hurt?
I'm hurt.
Me too.
And I'm changing my vote.
Reached out to me too, but I was out of the
Apparently
country,
you were busy
so.
directing surveys of the,
this is a tough group. I'd like to make the motion
Chuck, to make you feel good, I didn't either.
to approve this particular project. But, excuse me,
and that's with the 7 modifications we discussed?
with the modifications as
Okay.
delineated by them. But I'd like to make one comment, if I may. I took out the letter from January 4th, 2022, that Mr. Dempsey had authored to the county, and he talked about how he loved this place. And that's not his words, those are my words from what he read here. By the way, I think his son-in-law is out there too. And he said that Saddlebrook is a major contribution to the local community and to the Pasco County. Pasco County is my words. But I also want to indicate that he believed the new owner, Mass Capital, and the reason I want to emphasize this is that it was brought up by the chair, that a company that has the financial resources to make the modifications that we've suggested, to make the improvements, to make the place what it was in the past and what it will become in the future. And I strongly would encourage us as board members to go back and look in your packet and look at the letter he wrote. Because what he wrote here, and what I read through it, is that he's putting his legacy on the block with his company. And that's what I saw. Legacy is the most important thing that I think a human being can leave when they move forward into their next life. But, so therefore, that's what the motion is, and I hope that we all vote in favor of it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
I'd second the motion too, and the comment I would say is they're definitely proving that they're putting their money where their mouth is, and there's a lot of conditions that are tied to development of these residential properties that's tied to development of the, or redevelopment of the resort. So I think that there's comments that were made in a previous meeting with Saddlebrook by some of the residents with concern that perhaps they're going to just get this rezoned and flip it or something like that, and it's apparent to me that that's not the case, that they're really wanting to do the right thing and really improve this property. So I'd second that motion.
So, we have a motion and a second, now we do have further discussion.
I do have one discussion point.
Yes,
So,
sir.
I guess I need to know, when is this scheduled to go to the board? Currently.
July 11th.
I guess my question for you, Barbara and Amy, is, are you gonna be able to address, I mean, some of these are just wording issues, but, you know, creating the landscape plan, I mean, some of these, is that all gonna be able to be done by July 11th? And particularly, I wanna make sure that we're not dumping it on the board and the residents at the last minute, because they needed, you know, we requested a lot of changes here, and I wanna make sure everybody's had a chance to evaluate it, the project with these changes. My question to you is, are you gonna be able to get that done by July 11th?
Yes.
Amy, are you agreeing with that?
She's cautiously walking out.
Yes. At this point in time, yes, I believe we can work on these conditions before the July 11th BCC hearing.
Okay.
I have nothing on my calendar next week because I will be away, so I can work on it.
All right. So any further discussions?
No, but my only point is that, you know, thank Mass for the unprecedented sharing of information. I didn't have the pleasure of sitting through the comprehensive plan amendment that went, so I did get the fun of missing that one, but I'm here now, but I want to thank folks on both sides for taking the time to actually kind of work through it. I think having Mass as a partner in Pasco County is fantastic. I think it's going to put Saddlebrook, Saddlebrook's already on the map, but it's really going to put it back on the map. So I appreciate the interaction, and I think it's going to be a beautiful thing when it's done. So thank you on both sides.
Yeah, and I'll add that, obviously at the comp plan hearing, we asked for a lot of non-typical stuff, and a lot of that non-typical stuff and all the details seem to be addressed and be added into the zoning amendment. So I think kudos at Barbara. I don't know, 32 public hearings, neighborhood meetings, that's probably the most I've ever heard.
Yep.
I realize they weren't all together and everybody in one room, but I don't know that that's even productive to have everybody all together. Sometimes there's certain groups that want to talk about certain things, and that's the way you address it. So good job by everybody, and I'm glad everybody was able to come together. Again, it's a huge project, huge undertaking, but it's a jewel in the county, and we appreciate you guys all working together, and hope we continue to do so moving forward.
I just want to add on too. Remember, the first thing that Barbara did, she went through the whole process. There was like 3 pages of meetings, and so to have all those meetings and have maybe 10 people here show up, I think it's testament to what they've done, the commitment they made, and all the things they've done.
So, Barbara, the reason I brought up the timing issue is because when I heard Save Saddlebrook, the 2 big issues they had were the renovation of resort, which in theory should be cured by the condition dealing with how we're going to deal with the investor-owned units, and possibly the reduction of the 351 to 301. But the other issue was Area 1, and what I heard from them was either reduce the density or make it look better. That's what I kind of heard from them say. It sounds like Planning Commission's saying, make it look better, which it sounds like you're willing to do with this enhanced landscaping. I do think it's important, if you're going to try to get them on board with you and holding hands at the board meeting, that they have a chance to see this enhanced landscaping plan that you have for Area 1. So my hope is that you can go into the board meeting holding hands.
I would hope that too.
So I think that's why it's important that you get them the landscaping stuff as soon as possible.
Amy, did you have something you wanted to say?
Rob says he's all in.
Okay.
You want to say something?
Just real quick, that's okay. Jane approached me. She did want to put something on record if possible as it related to the unit count. It's up to you though.
Say that again.
Unit count.
My only concern with that is that Barbara's already done her rebuttal, so I don't know if Barbara's going to need to rebut whatever Jane said, but that's up to the chair.
Yeah, no, I think we've covered it. So we have a motion, we have a second, we have a discussion. Let's vote. Okay, so all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
One more item?
Okay.
I think so.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess, or maybe 10.
It's going to be a line.
I know.
Yeah, I meant that, yeah.
That's what I
But I mean,
recognize,
that's-
that's what I do.
Let's call the meeting to order, please. All right, thank you. Mr. Nace? All set, huh?
I'll be news for now. Good afternoon, Tammy Snyder, Planning and Development Department.
Hey, Tammy.
Wait, whoops, jumped on it. All right, Seven Oaks MPD, PDD 237487. Here is their location map. I believe we're all pretty familiar with Seven Oaks. Proposed is a request to modify the MPUD to divide existing parcel S12 into 2 parcels, retain the existing community rec center on parcel S12A, and add additional specific office uses for the existing office building. The master plan's table of alternative allowable uses and the conditions of approval will change to reflect the 2 new parcels in their ownership, include the revised acreages for the 2 new parcels, and revised condition number 30 to add 30L to provide the allowed land uses and dimensional standards for parcel S12B. There is parcel S12B circled in the master plan. On March 14th, 2018, the BCC denied a similar request, but at that time, SB Associates, the applicant, was requesting all office uses for the proposed parcel S12B. The BCC found the request inconsistent with the comp plan and LDC as noted in the memo. On April 11th, 2018, SB Associates attorneys submitted to the county a request for relief under the Florida Land Use and Environmental Dispute Resolution Act, Section 70.51, Florida statutes, challenging the denial. On May 22nd, 2018, the BCC approved retaining Carlos Alvarez as the special magistrate to facilitate a resolution. As a result, the county and the applicant negotiated a proposed settlement as indicated with this MPUD modification. The property is located on the north side of SR 56, west of SR 581 Bruceby Downs, and south and east of SR 54. Presently, Seven Oaks is developed as a mixed-use community with residential, office, commercial, and recreational facilities, and the proposed use is consistent with the Pasco LDC Chapter 400, subsection 402.2 zoning amendment and PUD, and with the applicable provisions of the Pasco Comprehensive Plan. And with that, PDD recommends approval with conditions.
Okay. Any questions? Anyone?
So the only thing that Tammy didn't cover is why this has come to you, which maybe Barbara was going to cover, but this project back in 2018 originally went to the DRC, back when DRC heard MPDs, so you've never seen it before. Okay. So what happened is it went to DRC recommended denial, the board denied it. After went through the 70.51 process, it was actually scheduled to go back to the Board of County Commissioners. But because of COVID and we went to completely virtual hearings, the applicant basically continued it to a date uncertain and has just now decided to kind of reschedule the public hearings. In the interim, DRC went away, you took over the duties of DRC, so the applicant, in an abundance of caution, said we should get a recommendation from Planning Commission because they never heard this request. Okay. So that's why you're hearing it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then they got to go behind Saddlebrook.
I'll blame Mr. Smoker for that because he said he had a call that he had to do at 2:30, so we couldn't take him first.
Yeah, I think he's a likely suspect.
I think the client just fired him. Barbara Will Heights, 6327 Grand Boulevard, 4 Crown Communities, SB Associates, one of my long-standing clients, one of my first clients when I opened my law firm. So let me try to explain this to you, and that's what this binder is. I want to give you some perspective so that you can, it's one thing to say there's a settlement agreement, and this has been negotiated, and please just say okay. I know you guys don't say that, so I feel the obligation to kind of go through this quickly because I know we're getting tired. And I'll try to do it well. I don't know at this point. So in this binder is history of this building. So if you go out to Seven Oaks today, and I've been out there many times to my client's office, you drive into his office, and there's an office, and then there's vacant property. And so in 2002, the number one happened, where there was an approval by DRC of a preliminary site plan, construction plans for offices and a clubhouse. And there was one approval document, and specifically approved a clubhouse of 7,800 square feet, 3 office buildings of 3,600 square feet, for a total office use of 10,800 square feet. Only one of those has been built, and Crown has had their offices in there the whole time. So what's important of that is just to show you what, when you look at the page 2 of number 1, you can see to construct office. So we're not making up the fact that this was approved as an office, because these are what the documents say. When you go to number 2, this was an annual report study, and it tells you what, in a DRI, it tells you what's been constructed. And when you look at number 2, you'll see in number 2 that the recreation center had been completed by that reporting there in 2001, 2002. Going into 2002, 2003, you'll see then that 3,800 square feet of office have been constructed. Going on to number 3, you see this is what we had to do for the Seven Oaks DRI is to figure out what entitlements have been used over time. So there was quite a bit of elaborate tracking that was done, because this is a very large project, a very large DRI. You can see it under number 3, as you flip through those pages, you can see the clubhouse laid out. And then on the next page, you can see S12 and where they are using their office square footage in keeping track of entitlements and showing that they pay their impact fees based upon office. And then it shows the next 2 office buildings in S12A as not being constructed yet. So I tell you all this, and then going to number 4, the taxes on the building have always been assessed at office. So all these years he's been paying taxes, and that's what number 4 shows you. When you go to number 5 tells you that the CDD has been assessing this as office, and Crown SB Associates has been paying an office assessment. Number 6 are a couple different marketing plans over time. They're dated 2002, 2007, 2009. All of those show the offices. Going to number 7, the parking easement at the bottom, which is highlighted, it was a parking easement for office building. Interestingly enough, at number 8, there's a discussion between the CDD Council, the Seven Oaks CDD, and county staff listed here, and these are the notes, of basically explaining that the 3 office buildings have already been approved and one's been constructed, and because of the governor granting the extensions that David mentioned in our prior hearing, those plans for those 3 office buildings are still valid. That was the case in 2016, and it's still the case today that those plans that were approved by DRC are still valid. Going on to number 9 is a compatibility analysis that was done with the prior amendment that was denied. And then number 10, I put in there because that is the CO for Crown's office building that they're occupying, have been occupying all these years, and it was CO'd as office. So moving forward, very high, I put in your left pocket these 3 pieces of paper, and these are important if you lay them side by side here. It's high tech. It tells a story of uses. We know we have 3 buildings that are office buildings, but what can we do in those? So there's 3 pieces of paper here, and I labeled them different ways. So permitted uses now is what can happen. The county's, the zoning administrators determined that this list that's called permitted uses now is a list of what can be done without any change. So you can look at that and you can see we've got swimming pools, tennis clubs, gymnasium, amusement, arcades, bowling alleys, shuffleboard court, billiard halls, dance halls, yoga studios, bingo hall, I said that twice, exercise classes, racquetball, weightlifting, personal trainer, CrossFit. We can have daycare. You can see the list. So that you can't read it yourself, but that's the list of things that are, without this amendment, can be done on the three buildings including the building where Crown is now. The second one I called Seven Oaks MPUD Office Permitted Uses, PO2. So this is the position that we've always taken, that it was approved, they were definitely approved for office. And when you look at office in the Seven Oaks MPUD, this is the list, it's PO2. So this is the list of office uses allowed when the MPUD allows office. So what does all that mean? Where are we at with this settlement? So when we came before the board with having an amendment so that we would reaffirm that office uses were allowed for the vacant parcel as well as the PO2 office uses were allowed for the building that's been constructed and the vacant property, the board denied that. But these are the uses that would have been allowed. So moving forward to litigation and then the settlement, I did not participate in any of that. I'm not a litigator. I just do this. Mr. Smoker worked with Mr. Weber on that, and as well as Cindy Terrapini as their planner. What was discussed was, we broke it down into two different things, the vacant property and the office building. Remember when we applied for the modification that was denied, it was PO2 for all of them. What my clients agreed to and is being presented to you is for the vacant property, it's just the permitted uses now list. So basically no action needs to be taken on the vacant property because he's willing to agree to abide by what's allowed today. Now it's all in this memo, obviously, in this modification, so all the conditions are clear. But so no longer seeking the PO2 uses for the property that I showed you was approved as office, no longer seeking that, which is, he's now saying, I'll live with this list of what's allowed today per the county. So that leaves the office building that's been used as office, and the public has come to it, I've come to it, and we've had many meetings there, and fundraisers, by the way. They're really good fundraisers. And I really could use that glass of wine that I had last time I was there. So when it comes to the office building, it's these two lists. So this one was what he sought before, which is the PO2 uses, which include things like beauty and barber shops, tailor shops, laundry, shoe repair, dry cleaning, florists, photography, county state buildings, churches, civic organizations, and public schools. And he's agreeable to this list, which I have written here, very fancy on top of here, proposed for existing office building. So he comes before you really just for this, and to say, I'm willing to do only these things in my building. That was approved as office. Now, I don't want to debate the fact that there's a difference of opinion about that, and I'm not here to debate that. We're here to solve this, and don't mean to get into any kind of debate with the county over, was it office, was it PO2? It doesn't matter anymore. We're moving this forward. So he's willing to agree to this list called Proposed Existing Office Building, Uses for the Office Building. And you can see their professional office and services. So we took out PO2 uses that staff felt could be non-compatible and put in what they feel, and I know they'll say, because they said in their agenda memo, are compatible uses with how it's used today by the client, and also compatible with that list of permitted uses now. So when you look at the permitted uses now and you say, well, gosh, I can have all these different things. I can even have an indoor movie theater, martial arts studio, laser tag facility. The fact that we're going to do professional offices in that as well is compatible, it's not providing a greater impact, and is a reasonable way to resolve this issue, avoid any future litigation. And I'm proud of the process that they went through to get to this, and that the resolution that they came up with, I had nothing to do with it, I'm just explaining it to you. So I hope you understood that. I tried my best to explain it.
Could you go over that one more time, please?
So basically, we're asking for the office building that was approved as office, has been used by office, to be allowed these office uses on the proposed existing office building only. That's,
So those allowances are not currently there?
he's currently using it, so there's what he's currently doing, he uses it as a professional office.
Okay.
But we're trying to clean up the paperwork and the MPD paperwork to say, because Crown at some point will not continue to occupy that space. So we're trying to clean up the paperwork of what can it be.
Okay.
If you want my opinion about what may indirectly be driving it, is yes, he's using it as an office today, but the underlying zoning is still recreation. So it may be difficult to sell that building for an office use if your underlying zoning is still recreation.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
the current MPD plan calls it community rec center with no definition. So I think that's kind of what got us in this quagmire.
So even though office is allowed under that wording, it's just,
Well, it's community rec center never had a definition in the MPUD. And that's what S12, because I'm looking at the MPD plan that's approved. It never had a definition. To me, the fact that office was approved in this whole book means it was defined as office. That being said, not going backwards, we're going forward, and we're trying to clean up this paperwork in a fair and reasonable way that's fair to the client who's made the investments, as well as coming up with uses that are compatible. And we see, you know, and I'm sure there's a difference of opinion, I'm sure, by whoever's going to speak here after me, but I just wanted to explain to you where we've been and where we'd like to resolve this.
The other issue that probably took some time to negotiate is that Barbara's right, it doesn't define what community rec center means. So staff has interpreted that as being recreational uses. So it took Denise and Cynthia Rapini a great deal of time to negotiate what does that mean, and that's all the first page of Barbara's handout is what does recreation mean.
Right.
Yeah, the permitted uses today.
Okay, yeah, I can see where it would be difficult to market a building that you can't define the use. Yeah.
You talked about Seven Oaks, right?
Yes.
And you talked about the complex, they have an office at one location, Seven Oaks, and the Crown has their offices there. Then you have the facility which is behind the pool or in front of the pool, and then you have the other areas there. And you have a little theater too off to the side.
Yes.
So can I ask, maybe they caught on quicker than I did, what's the problem?
Well, I know there's one person here to speak, so I guess we could hear what their thoughts are.
Okay, I withdraw the question.
I mean, I could probably summarize it for you, but I'd rather hear from the resident. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. All right, who's here who'd like to speak? Give us your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. John Tomsu, 26738 Wingdome Drive, Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33544. I have been sworn in. So before I start, I just wanted to say, I appreciate all of you guys' service to the county and to the community. Also, I want to call out and recognize specifically Mr. Goldstein, Ms. Hernandez, and Ms. Snyder for their professionalism and their quick responses. They support people like me and other residents that don't understand land use or compatibility or any of the rules that are governed here. So I just wanted to call that out. They should be recognized for their
Thank you.
Their help for us and for the county. What I'm going to start with is PDD 180277 from 2018. Specifically from there, the DRC called out, since the office building has been built and occupied since 2003, there are no changed or changing conditions that necessitate this amendment. I believe that still holds true. Everything that was inside the DRC findings and even the denial from the BCC related to FLU 1.10, FLU 1.6, FLU A-2, LDC 402-2F, and 402-1E are still applicable today. Nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is the applicant, the landowner, wants to change it so that he can get rid of the property or sell the property. This isn't something that would be afforded to any of the homeowners that are inside Seven Oaks. Whenever we purchase into the MPUD. We purchase into the covenants. We purchase into all of the documents that we sign during closing. that say, we agree to these terms whenever we purchase this. So one of the things that we call out and that I heard recently was, what's the current approved usage? We also heard earlier in testimony, not related to this case, about data and how it's flawed. If you go out to the assessor's office, they'll say that this land is zone C2. We had a dialogue today. Mr. Hernandez is going to follow up with them and tell them, no, that's the improper zoning. So whenever the county came up with, this is what rec center means, and defined it, they were great definitions, right? All those terms. The problem, though, is that what they want to move it towards isn't it. You'll notice that one of the asked for uses is a veterinary clinic, where everything will be inside. But normally there's a kennel outside. That would have an impact. Whenever we talk about compatibility, this isn't compatible because it adversely impacts the living conditions in the immediate and surrounding neighborhoods. Whenever we look at the traffic, and I know we can always refer back to Mr. Hendry and his expertise, but the rules and the data that's in place is old. It's stagnant. It doesn't take into account all of the changes that have occurred around the community, around the county, that have an impact on the arterial roads for the north, south, and west entrances to our community, to Seven Oaks. Whenever those, this comes before the board and stuff, there should be updated traffic assessments to better analyze how new uses that would be impactful outside of the community would have an effect on traffic. And not just traffic, but how it ties to the CDD and their assessments for roads. The road uses that are used, that are milled and resurfaced over time, those are based off of certain quantities, based off of what the trip counts are supposed to be. If you have trip counts that now exceed what your plans were because of this new use on the interior of Seven Oaks, not the exterior where all of the other commercial properties are, that's something that needs to be taken into account because it has a direct impact on the assessments that would be made to all of the residents and businesses in that area. And lastly, I'm representing the 191 residents that reached out to me over the past 3 days saying that they're against this. And specifically, whenever we talk about history, the 27 people that acknowledged that they were personally told by the sales agent, developer, and builder that the Crown property would actually hand this property over to the community once they were done with development and finished with the sale of all properties, which has already occurred. I appreciate your time and thank you so much for letting me go over.
Is there a particular use that you and the people you represent find objectionable or that you think is going to create some traffic problem?
Yes, sir. Anything outside of recreation. I don't have the red line document in front of me.
So then I think we just had a discussion about there was never a definition of what the recreation was. So what's that in your mind?
Recreation would be the points that the county has now called out, that calls out like the laser tag, I think was one. A lot of these amenities that are inside, but really office space is what it's been. If we look at what it's been historically, it's always been this office space. It could be available for yoga classes. The real idea was that eventually that property would be turned over to the community and used as additional amenities for the Seven Oaks community. Understanding that there were, CDD2, CDD3, additional clubhouses that never materialized. A lengthy nature trail that ended up being, chopped in half instead of it being the full 8 miles. So there's a ton of history that's behind this, and that's what we're trying to go towards. Is everything's perfect the way it is. The office use that could still be used as limited office space, but it should be something that's not going to bring in additional traffic. In addition to the parking, right now the easement that's granted between the CDD and the property owner, it's only for 13 spaces. It's the spaces that are incident to the property. Whereas whenever you look at more documentation, it talks about, well, what's the overall plan for parking? And it talks about 35 spaces being accommodated. Because again, people had to come up with these ideas of how to segregate and how to break it out to be able to apply the parking reasonably. There isn't enough parking, and there won't be enough parking, just like the denials stated, whenever it comes to loading and unloading. So there's no place to bring in a large truck if you ended up going with one of the ideas like a cafe or something like that, and you have a Cisco truck coming in to offload product. There's no place to do that.
Do you know if the property or that building was originally used as like a sales office or something like that when Seven Oaks was being built? Or?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you said the intention was to eventually turn it over to the community for some sort of amenity usage for the community?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if there was anything ever put in writing to that effect, or it was just?
No, there's nothing in writing. It was basically all word of mouth. Again, we have 27 people attest to it, and I think 4 or 5 of these people don't even live in Seven Oaks anymore. There are brochures and documentation that show that property as being part of the recreation center. And moreover, whenever you think about the design of the MPUD and even the DRI at one point, it was all just S12. It was, here's recreation, because that was the idea. And I think there's a lot of communities that if you go into and you see the place where they're selling from, it ends up being a piece of the clubhouse or ancillary to the clubhouse. And that's what this one was. And I understand that this is a problem where you've got something called rec center and you need to fill in the blank. Well, what is this thing? It's an office building. And if it was, hey, this is what the clear definition of this property is, and they want to build 2 more buildings, that's their right as a property owner. Nobody can argue that. You want to build 2 more buildings? Fine, do it. But whenever you want to build them for a specific thing, and if you look at the way that these conditions have been written, it's focused on, hey, we're going to take what you said we could do in the beginning and apply it to the other potential 2 buildings that won't be built. But for this other one that we have, well, we want to add some more to it. Because maybe we've already spoken to a vet clinic that wants to come in here. Or maybe we've already spoken to somebody that wants to do bonds or other types of businesses that facilitate that need. But again, it's going to have an impact on parking and traffic. The biggest thing is the kids. Whenever you have a business like that and you have kids and parents that are moving back and forth across those areas to get to the clubhouse and use the amenities that are afforded to them, they're going to be the ones that are impacted by the volume of traffic, the lack of crossings, those types of things.
Is there something in that definition of things that are approved that you specifically object to? We've got a definition now of things that can be put there.
May I see the list? And I can tell you. I just don't have the red line in front of me. I'm sorry.
I think we have a copy there.
Mr. Chair, are you asking about the existing approved uses or the proposed use for the office building? Which one are you asking?
The one, that first section, the first paragraph.
The one that, the recreational uses?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so the primary uses that are currently allowed, correct?
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, honestly, I don't have the expertise as the planning board does. So, I've spent the past 2 days speaking with them, trying to understand what the rules are. And unfortunately, there's not a clear definition, so.
Well, that is the definition, so.
Well, no, this is what they made up. So what I'm saying is like, normally if you have zoning.
There was no definition, so that's gonna be the new definition of the approved uses. I asked you if there's anything on that list that you don't approve of or that you think there's a problem with, because I'm having a really hard time trying to figure out why you would not want a veterinary clinic, but you would want a recreational facility. Because a recreational facility would probably create more traffic than a veterinary clinic.
That's what I'm saying, skating rink, dance.
I don't know, I mean, I just don't get it. And, and I think to have a building, if you owned a building that there was no specific definition for that and you wanted to sell it and I wanted to buy it, but you couldn't tell me what I could use it for, I probably wouldn't buy it.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, that's the position he's in. So what we're trying to do is get him to a point, and I think that's the right thing to do, get him to the point where he can say definitively to somebody, this is what you can use this building for. And so far, you haven't convinced me, I don't know about the rest of them, but you haven't convinced me that there's a reason not to approve it.
Yeah, I think ideally it would be great if it were a recreational building for like an amenity for the community, but we can't stipulate that because that's up to the private owner to determine what goes in
And
there,
there's
unfortunately.
nothing in writing that
There's
I've
nothing
seen.
legal.
And there's nothing legal
It
that
says he was
says
gonna donate
that he
it.
has to do that, so, yeah, I
I
get what
think
you're coming
ju-
from.
Just to clarify, I think what you're standing up talking about is the proposed uses for the existing building, correct? Or are you talking about the permitted uses for the to-be-built buildings?
I think he's objecting to the proposed uses for the existing building.
I agree, I'm not sure that everybody up here understands that.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
it's.
It has nothing to do with this
He's
first
already-
one that says
he-
permitted uses
But
now.
he's already said
Right.
it's been used for an office building.
What I'm trying to figure
For all
out
these
is
years.
he claims
So how can he
the
object to it being an office?
proposed existing building uses are going to create some sort of incompatibility or nuisance to his neighborhood over and above what the permitted uses are now. I mean, I'm looking at a land surveying office as compared to a movie theater. I mean,
Yeah.
who's generating more traffic here?
Right, so I'm not arguing the primary uses, because if that's what we're saying the definition of, then that's their right as a landowner. It's the ancillary uses,
What are the ancillary uses that you're objecting to?
all of them.
Okay, well, see, I don't think that's reasonable.
So that's
The one that
the
says
third
office,
page.
office for a swimming coach, daycare for children.
That's permitted uses now.
No, those are now.
That's what-
He's
that's
talking
not-
about the
he's-
third page.
And there's not even- there's
So
not
the
even
proposal
ancillary
for the
uses
existing
there.
office building, two
Right,
additional
it's under
primary
section
uses.
4, sorry.
Yeah, section 4. Additional primary uses.
Those just seem, from a traffic and lighting and
Less
intensity,
intense.
Less intense than,
Yeah.
way less intense.
Then-
Just someone who works in a professional office all
Right.
day
than 1, 2,
Same-
and
same
3.
here.
as compared to a miniature golf course.
Or a skating rink or. Yeah.
Right, but all of those would be inside the building. So like, whenever you talk about a golf course, it's a mini golf inside.
I
So-
understand.
And again, it's a rec center.
Okay, I guess my point being is how many people on Friday evening are going to the land surveyor office versus how many of them are taking their kids to the indoor mini golf arcade place, laser tag place? I'm just not,
Well, and ultimately, it's a land use, allowed land use, not just, so someone can demolish that building and build a movie theater there. in
Yep,
that
well, and that's
spot.
the other problem is that, the height requirement. So right now, it's committed to 1 story, but it could be up to 35 feet if this.
But it could be a bowling alley, it could be something else that could
Yeah, I'm
be
just
demolished
addressing
in
the height,
theory,
I'm sorry.
which would be less of a, it'd be more of a traffic impact than what the possibility of number 4 would be, so.
Yeah, I mean, the ideas that you're putting forth and saying that, hey, all these recreational uses, they're going to bring in large volumes of traffic. If that's what was going to be done, it would have been done, and that's fine. Keep it that way. But there's no reason to say, okay, let's make it into professional office buildings and then break it out into multiple buildings. It just doesn't make sense. There's nothing that warrants this. I mean, your power is to allow rezoning. This is something that's been there for decades, and there's no real reason other than one person wants to say, I want to sell my property and I want to get all the definitions of what it can be and I want to extend it more. That's one party. Whenever we should be thinking about the community, whenever we should be thinking about everyone else that bought into
Well, I
this.
think we need to be thinking about individual property rights. We need to be thinking about individuals. It's
We have
not
to be fair to
always,
both sides.
it's not always, the community that decides. It's what's right and what's wrong.
but it's,
Yes, sir.
you're right, it's private property, and although there's the assertion that, some real estate agent 20 years ago told somebody that this is gonna be this and this is gonna be that, well, and, maybe that's what they thought, but that's not, he
Yeah.
acknowledged this wasn't in writing, and a real
Yes, sir.
estate contract in this state isn't valid unless it's in writing.
And then the last point was on section V, where it talks about the setbacks. And this could just be a data problem, but if you pull up Pasco Mapper, I think it was referenced earlier, the awesome tools that we have access to. If you pull up this property and you look at the dimensions, you'll actually see that their setback can't accommodate the 7.5 feet. That it looks like it's right on the property line. And again, it could be a data issue, but Pasco Mapper was referenced earlier as the tools that citizens have available to them to help identify these types of issues. And it's coming up right there. And you'll see the property the rectangular building next to the tennis courts, and you'll see at the upper right-hand corner, that's, I mean, unfortunately, there's no scale, but it's not 7.5 feet.
Well, then, and I guess Denise, I'll test my knowledge here, then that would become an existing non-conforming property whose degree of non-conformity cannot be expanded in the future.
Okay. Well, it's just, I hear your point. I'm just saying that these are calling out rules, and whenever we knowingly break the rules, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think they're referring to new things here. If the building's there, and if it's whether it's 2 feet or 7.5 feet, it is where it is.
But if a new building's built on the property, they have to conform to these setbacks.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Barbara? Is there anybody else?
Do we have anybody on WebEx for this one?
We don't have anyone on WebEx on this one.
I don't really have anything to add. I thought your conversations were very good. If you have any questions, I'm available, but
Any questions?
Do you want to address the setback?
I think what you had said, that applies to the new buildings, and that's why we wrote it that way. Maybe we need to make that clearer.
Okay, any other questions?
I'm trying to figure out how he's aggrieved by whether that's 2 feet, I'm looking at this picture, whether it's 2 feet, 5 feet, or 10 feet. How does that affect him?
No, I think he's just looking for opportunities to present an argument that would, somehow overcome, what I think is the rightful use of the property. So, but that's just me. So, would anybody like to make a motion?
Yeah, we. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
Barbara, you forgot.
We've been looking
Thank
through it
you.
for the last
30 lashes.
I'd like to receive and file these documents.
So moved.
Denied. Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. So the one comment I want to make before you all vote is that when this was heard by DRC and the board back in whatever year it was, 2018, there was substantially more opposition to the request. I can't tell you what happened in the last 4 years as to why there is not more opposition, but my speculation is that there was an attempt by the CDD to purchase this property for their own use, which is for recreational uses. That purchase was unsuccessful for whatever reason, and so we are where we are today.
Yeah. So so it could be more advantageous for them to.
But even if you approve this, there's nothing stopping the CDD from continuing to negotiate with Mr. Weber to acquire this property if they can reach agreement on a price, and then the CDD could use it for whatever recreational purposes they want to use it for. So, I mean, your approval of this doesn't stop that from happening. CDD is a government just like we are, and they have the ability to figure out a way to buy property.
Do I hear a motion? Or do we want to?
Yeah, I don't think there's an issue with adding this other principal use, which is less, has less impact on the property than what's currently allowed. So yeah, I'd move to approve.
I'll second.
You have a motion to approve and a second. Further discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, motion carries.
All right. Is that it? All right, well, motion to adjourn then.
Second.
Second.
Wait a minute. Further discussion.
Discussion on dinner.
Yeah, where are we having dinner?
All right.